and welcome aboard. Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. We're doing it early. My voice just cracked. We're doing it early. Oh, it's my Mickey Mouse impression. Hi, how are you? Sip of coffee. Trust me, you want the Captain caffeinated. Why are we doing it earlier? Because I just think because I'm chomping at the bit. That's why. I can hardly ever wait to get here. And waiting all day to start the stream. I just think we're doing an early Captain's Cast. But that being said, I want your feedback, chat. Now, so tell me what you think about the earlier time if you like it. I live to serve you. And here on the Swords and Starships channel, we are going to be discussing all things nerd, all the things I enjoyed. I saw a magnificent film. A magnificent film over this past week. Absolutely breathtaking. The word that came to my mind as I was watching it was total immersion. Immersion. That's really what great storytelling does. And that film was not War of the Rohirrim. I cannot believe my own chat. A2 Brute. I asked the chat on the Discord. The permalink is in the description. Join the Discord. Have fun with us. The water is warm. They suggest, I said, do you want me to see Kraven the Hunter? Or do you want me to see War of the Rohirrim? And as so often is the case in questions like this, it actually reveals what you really want. Like, I realized what I really wanted, which was to skip War of the Rohirrim and just watch Kraven the Hunter, which I also think is going to be terrible. But I thought, what the hell? It looks like more fun. Cough button. I may not get to it in time. I wasn't going to pull myself from the stream entirely. I just couldn't get to the other button. Wait. Volume, Mr. Producer. I had this problem last time. My volume was too low. Okay, good. That should help. So I was deciding what to see. Should I see Kraven? I thought Kraven might have that Madam Web quality where it's fun in spite of itself. It's fun for all the wrong reasons. So I wanted to go see it. And then you, in the Discord, told me to go see War of the Rohirrim by an overwhelming majority. And I actually thought, this might be the more enjoyable movie. Like, if I go to Kraven, I know it's going to be trash. I know it's going to be trash because, of course it is. How did I know Gladiator 2 was a bad idea and was going to be a terrible movie? Because, of course it is. How did I know that Joker Folie à Deux was a terrible idea for a sequel to a standalone film that required no sequel? Because it's obvious. That's why. Because of course it is. Of course it's a terrible idea. That's why bad ideas are bad. Because it's obvious that they're bad. It's a bit reductive, I admit. It's a bit pedantic. But it's, How did I know Kraven was going to be terrible? How did I know that? The same way you know it, my dear sailors and starnauts, because he's a Spider-Man supporting character. He is not a protagonist. He is an antagonist to the protagonist, Spider-Man. That's why it was always going to be terrible. It's a stupid idea to create Madam Web. Morbius, really? Morbius failed twice. Do you know how happy that makes me? That's one of the happiest moments of my life. If you do you know this story? You must surely, chat. You must know this story. Famously, the Morbius film failed catastrophically in the box office because of course it did. But aside from that, so it failed catastrophically, And a meme arose on the internet, as is so often the case. And the meme went something like this: "It's Morbin time." And that, so basically, they just started spamming these different memes of Morbius saying it's Morbin time. And it created a kind of false, it created a kind of illusion, if you will, to internet illiterates, or as I like to call them, glue eating what I've never used it in the noun form. Glue eaters. Let's just say glue eaters in Hollywood who don't understand the culture and don't care and don't listen to it. They actually started to think, wow, we're getting traction here. Even bad press is good press. Or, oh, wow, people really like this character. He's going to be like a cult classic. This is like a cult classic. And then the internet figured out that they were thinking this. And they said, yes, yes, please, please, Sony, please re-release it in theaters. We love this movie. Don't believe the bad press. Oh, it was great. Put it back in the theater. It's Morbin time again. And they put it back in the theater. They put it back in the theater, and it bombed again. It's the best thing. It's the greatest story ever told. It bombed twice. Yes. Oh, get him. Get him, internet. Now, why did it bomb a second time? Because of course it did. That's why. So you can understand why when my own chat said go watch War of the Rohirrim, I was a touch relieved. Because I thought, you know, there actually might be some good stuff in this. I know I've already heard the news, it's gonna be girl boss territory, but maybe it sounds like maybe there's some cool stuff. It's Helm's Deep. The animation seemed okay. It seemed pretty cool. Seemed like a nice backstory. Maybe I'll enjoy half of it, or maybe the hyperbolic fellowship, the circles in which I travel. Perhaps they've just jumped the shark on this one. Perhaps not every girl boss is really a girl boss. Maybe, like Furiosa, this will turn out to be a pretty well done character that I will think, in spite of my expectations. Folks, I have to tell you, War of the Rohirrim is one of the most boring, awful slogs I've endured. Maybe since The Crow, quite frankly. I hated this movie. I hated it. I wanted to walk out of that theater within 10 minutes. And I can't believe it. And I listen to these blue pills and these wackos on Reddit, and they're like, well, they're kind of hit 50-50. That's why I say they're blue pills. They're kind of like 50-50, because they're like, well, there was things I didn't like, and there was things I liked, but Hera was cool. Hera is the end stage girl boss character. That's what she is. She is, listen, this trope, this is the tweet that I put on X, the X post, if you will. The X post facto. Ipso facto, Victor Davis Hanson likes to say that in his books. I really love it. Mr. Producer, if you would you grab the tweet that I attached to this live stream? Could you do that for me? Well, I'm sorry. Yes, that is in your defined duties. In the job description. I provided that to you in triplicate. This is not the time. So it's important to have accurate job descriptions. I did not say you had to do the litter box. I never said that. That was you. You volunteered. Sorry. Never mind. Inside baseball, not important. So this was the tweet that I sent. Go ahead and share a screen, Mr. Producer, if you would. And there it is. Look, it's me on TV. This is a little bit strange, but anyway, quote the captain, quoteth the captain, of all the Mary Sue retellings plundered from our beloved IPs, The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim is the most hackneyed. Hera begins the story exactly how she ends it. The best fighter, the fastest rider, the smartest strategist, destined to humiliate incel princes. I didn't have enough characters for that. And the Patriarchy of Rohan. Rohan. She's great. She literally has no character arc in this story. It's pathetic. She just it's funny. There's a little flashback, right? They tell this little flashback. Okay, I need to get to you, chat. I'm coming to the chat here in just a second. You just I look, I this is going to be a stem winder, folks. I can't even describe to you how badly I wanted to walk out of the theater last night. I was just but I don't, I almost did. I really did think like would my audience could forgive me. But I don't know. I felt like this is one that gets to me. This is one that gets to me because this Peter Jackson, I don't know how involved he was, but he was attached to this. Can I just show you this? Where let me find this. You've got to see this, chat. It would be in my history in my show prep, Mr. Producer. Yes, it would. I know it's delay of game. I'm trying, okay? This is a team effort here. It's the Reddit. It's the Reddit thread that I saw. Reddit. Come on now. Come on. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I got it. Oh, this is unbelievable, man. Reddit is such trash. Do you know what the problem with Reddit is? These wackos, they'll ban you. They'll ban you for any disagreement with anything. They just ban you. So what happens is they literally create echo chambers. Say what you want for the so-called alt-right nerd culture on the internet. They won't ban you. They will only ban you if you're breaking, like, basically the most basic rules. Like, don't spam the chat, don't send, like, porn links or something. Other than that, you can tell them they're trash. You can make fun of them. You can call them the most heinous things in the world. They'll never ban you, right? Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, on Geeks and Gamers, notoriously despises furries, and yet, one of their favorite audience members is a self-described furry. That would be Tobias Nexus, and he's welcome there. My point is, these Reddit wackos, they've created all these little micro echo chamber silos, if you will. They don't live in reality, okay? Let me show you this. Present, share screen. Here it is. This was in the Captain's Stack of Stuff research, right? This is a Reddit post. Quote, do not... Oh, yeah, I have to set the table a little. The film begins with I think it's Eowyn supposedly telling the story. I think it was the same actress who plays her voicing this. But it was done in the style of Galadriel. And they tell kind of like that there's voiceover throughout the film that's telling the story. And they begin in the style of the Lord of the Rings films with a kind of preamble. And one of the things they say is, do not look for her in tales or old songs. There are none. Right? Yeah, because this is fan fiction crap. Because she's not in them. That's why. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Okay, but anyway, so this is the Reddit post, right? Do not look for her in tales or old songs. There are none. Just got out of the cinema, and I enjoyed War of the Rohirrim a lot. And there's kind of mixed reviews in this Reddit thread. I didn't love it. The animation was clunky at times. It was kind of trash, to be honest with you. The dialogue was often trite. It was always trite. And some scenes were basically copied from LOTR films. But it was interesting enough. It's not for me. Glad you liked it. Blah, blah, blah. But do you notice something about this, right? So do not look for her in the tales or the songs because there are none. Do you notice something about the tagline to this film? History becomes legend. That's the tagline of the film. History becomes legend. Also, you know what I'm saying? It's that meme, War of the Rohirrim. History becomes legend. Also, War of the Rohirrim. Do not look for her in tales or old songs. There are none. So what you're saying is history did not become legend because there is no legend. This is one of the worst Mary Sue. This is my vote for worst Mary Sue character of the year. 100%. Hera in this, she is literally excellent at absolutely everything. The only problem in her life is that nobody believes in her. They want her to get married. She has a line in this when the prince that she doesn't want to marry asks her, well, if it's not me, then what man do you want to marry? She says this multiple times in the film. Multiple times. I wish to marry no man. She's going to be a childless cat lady. That's basically what she's going to be. A childless cat lady. She's the meme, man. All right, but Captain, surely the battle at Helm's Deep and Helm Hammerhand kicking ass against a troll, surely there's something you enjoyed in this film. Well, that's an excellent question, hypothetical sailor or Starnaut. We're going to get into it, but first I want to talk to the chat. Mr. Producer, if you would, please. Skunk's Workshop is in the chat. Says, permission to come aboard. Permission granted, Skunks. Never required, always granted on the Captain's Cast. And by the way, I got your message about fan art for Galaxyborn, the original science fiction optimistic military space opera that yours truly is crafting. And your offer to help is most welcome, sir. By the way, anyone who wants to help me with this project, if you have a skill or a talent or ideas you want to contribute to it, I join the Discord. I will create a channel for Galaxyborn on the Discord. And if you want to help or you want to do fan art, or not fan art, but concept art, I need help. I don't have the resources of a Disney. So any help you want, and what I can tell you is I can't promise that every idea will be incorporated because there has to be a singular vision that guides the project. However, everything will be considered, and anything that is contributed, which winds up in the final product, I will find a way to make sure that everyone who contributed benefits from it. So, Walter White is asked in Breaking Bad, aren't you in the money making business? Aren't you in the meth business or whatever? And he tells them, no, I'm in the empire business. And I'm of kind of a similar mind, not with regards to building a drug empire, of course. But, of course, like wealth creation is a goal of my life. But I'm not in this to create something that's just going to be a money machine or anything like that. It will be, but in time. But what I want is to create a story in a universe that's immersive and where new stories arrive and where it's preserved. So anyway, most welcome, Skunk's Workshop. We will chat further. Mr. Mindflayer is in the chat. Ahoy, Mr. Mindflayer. Assume you'll post, sir. Good to see you. Stormcrow, gentle Stormcrow, is in the chat and says hello there with a kissy emoji. Stormcrow. A kissy emoji? What are the other fellowship members going to think? What would Jeremy, D-Day Cobra, the commander? What would Nerdrotic? What would the critical drinker think if they knew my chat sends me kissy emojis? What would they think? I don't care. Keep sending it. It's fine. We'll deal with it when we get there. On the day I finally make it onto open bar, we'll just have to roll with it. It'll just be the meme. Stormcrow don't give a shit. Stormcrow don't care. You're going to get kissy emojis whether you like it or not. Stormcrow says, at Captain Garrett, share your pain with us. How did they girl boss Tolkien again? It's garbage. People, watch out for this. And no disrespect to anyone who says they liked it or they thought there were parts that were cool, but you're going to hear people say that there was stuff in this that was good. I'm just looking at this as purely a storyteller. I'm looking at this as a storyteller. I am analyzing this. Blake Snyder, save the cat. We'll beat sheet it if you want. I will whip out the save the cat model if you like, chat. And I will show you how this film is crap. It's boring. There's no character arc. As a Lord of the Rings story, I felt it was fairly worthless. I This was not a story I needed. It's not really an interesting story. I found almost none of the battles very engaging. I was bored. I was dozing. I was starting to doze in the theater. And a thought occurred to me as I was watching this War of the Rohirrim thing. A thought occurred to me. Um, we've had Barbie, and we've had Wicked. Barbie I hated, Wicked I quite enjoyed. And they're great films that are, or well, that is, Wicked is a great film, but Barbie is a they're both very successful films. And they embrace what they are, which is they are female led, female driven stories about female interests, and the audience is dominated by women and girls, and this is celebrated. This is celebrated because these are films, as and there's nothing wrong with that. These are films made by women, starring women, driven by women, targeting the interests that they have, and are loved and praised and seen by women, and that's all well and good. And yet, no such thing is allowed to exist for men anymore. Lord of the Rings is a primarily male-driven story, concerned with story motifs that men are primarily interested in. It is a story about war and loss and fantasy, and just as in the case of Wicked and Barbie, men are welcome to enjoy it, and certainly they do. The same is true of Star Wars and Star Trek and Lord of the Rings. Women, of course, are welcome in the fandom always. But the reality is that these are male-driven stories, or they used to be. There simply is no place anymore for a male-driven story. Because even in the case where you have a male protagonist, he's got to be saddled with 3 or 4 hens pecking him to death. Like, you know what I'm saying? We have a right to see men go through rites of passage, go through adventures, be leaders, demonstrate qualities that are praiseworthy and laudable. We have a right to have them also have male friends and male companions that they are not kissing. Because there is such a thing as platonic same-sex relationships. You know what I'm saying? We're not shipping Sam and Frodo. You fucking loons. We're not doing it. We have a right to see a man learn at the feet of his father how to become civilized, good, honorable, and do what is right. If women have a right to see stories about women and the things that they are concerned with, that please them, that they have fun, and that they watch, and that they want to drag their husbands, boyfriends, whoever to, we have a right to the same. And what I see is a wasteland of fake, implausible female characters that are boring, that no one asked for, that are replacing the classical male adventure. I am not saying I do not want stories about women that are brave and strong and do important things. I do. I loved Furiosa. I love Ellen Ripley. I love the character of Eleven in Stranger Things, and especially in the 4th season. She has a magnificent superhero arc. I loved it. That's not the issue here. The issue is we should have both. Men have a right to their stories. You fucking hear me, Hollywood? Wackos out there, men have a right to good stories about men becoming good men. They have a right to that. Not every story has to be some Mary Sue fan fiction nonsense fantasy. And that's what War of the Rohirrim is. It is a fantasy. And I'm not speaking in the, high fantasy sense. I'm saying she gets into flat out one-on-one sword and shield fights with trained male warriors. And she literally has battles of physical strength with them that are ridiculous. Ridiculous. There was a trailer for Ballerina. Don't let me forget, chat. Ballerina, because it's an important point on this. I'm going to play this trailer. I just couldn't believe it. I'm watching this film, and I was like, just swap out this character for a male. Every single thing Hera's doing, every single thing she's saying, just make it a male character, but keep everything else the same. It'd still be boring. It would still be boring. Because he's just good at everything. Everything comes easily to him. And he's bitching. He's just bitching all the time about the shit he doesn't want to do. You know what I'm saying? He'd be a lame character, which is why she is a lame character. Nothing that she does feels earned in this film. And that's the problem. I started laughing at parts of this movie because the thing is, and this is what I would say to these blue pills in the Reddit thread. Oh, there's things I like, there's things I didn't. Seriously scrutinize these scenes with her where she's fighting a man or she's wrestling down a fucking Oliphant or whatever the hell she's doing. And I want you to really think about this. I want you to really imagine that this is real. Like this is something, could this be a real story? There have been badass women such as Joan of Arc in history. So it's not that there isn't historical precedent for powerful women. But I want you to ask yourself when you're watching her do the things she's doing, is there any possibility this is real? And there isn't. It's fake. There's scenes where everyone is like in awe of her, and it's like nobody would be in awe of her. Nobody would care in this scene. If she ran her mouth, at the king about what she doesn't want to do, she'd get smacked in the mouth. That's what would happen in a medieval world, okay? Maybe not literally smacked, but she'd get told her place. Because in medieval feudal societies, you want to fuck around and find out? You'll find out. Game of Thrones, hat tip to George R. R. Martin. At least he understands this. Female characters in the Song of Ice and Fire series, when they run their mouth, they find out. Cersei gets... This is why I love the character of Cersei. Because she cannot overcome certain disadvantages she has. She has to find ways to go around them. She has to find ways to manipulate people. She can't just whip out a sword and tell Jaime Lannister who's boss. She can't do that. It wouldn't work. She'd get her ass kicked. That's what would happen. She'd get her ass kicked. If she wants to become a power in Westeros, she has to use the advantages she does have. She has to exploit the disadvantages the men in her life do have. It's called verisimilitude. That is the quality of appearing believable and or plausible and or real. Some people say realistic. I don't like that term because no film is truly realistic. Every film is a simulation of reality. It's not, no matter how down to earth or outlandish. Even like true to history biopics are not truly real in that sense. They substitute one character for multiple and et cetera, et cetera. You get my point. This is no country for heroic men anymore. There's plenty of room for Barbie. There's plenty of room for Elphaba and Glinda, and if men don't want to see it, just fine. This is for the women. Don't trouble yourself over such things. Women need their spaces for films. Well, I'm here to tell you, so do men. So do men. And I think that it's not that we need to be angry or bitter about it. We don't. I'm obviously on a little bit of a tear here. But what I would say is we do need to stand up for ourselves in storytelling. There's plenty of room for women to have amazing stories. And by the way, for there to be amazing women in male targeted stories. There already are. Eowyn is a great character. The original Galadriel is a great character. But we have a right to hear the father-son story. Why this story is never told anymore. The son following in his father's footsteps. We never get this story anymore. The Luke Skywalker learning from wise old mentor Obi-Wan Kenobi. We never get that story anymore. We need that story. So we'll get into more of that. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Says, beep, 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 beep. Stormcrow says, Garrett is only through pain and suffering can we truly gain wisdom. That's a very medieval attitude, but you're probably right. Mr. Mindflayer says, this is why chat is retarded, and you should never listen to us. I shouldn't. I should have just said, screw the chat. I'm going to see Craven. But I'll tell you something. Maybe it's for the best, Mr. Mindflayer. It really was a profound realization I had while I was watching this film. I was just like, I love strong female characters. I do. I included them in my own novels. I have included strong female characters in my own novels. With rebellious streaks, even. But I also include a powerful story about a father and a son who are estranged and have to, and a son who comes face to face with his father's legacy and with his own judgments of his father, and he has to come face to face with the things he was wrong about. That would be my protagonist in the story. Because it's a story about a man who is trying, he's trying to save his family, but really deep down, what he really is after, he kind of doesn't really believe he can save them. That's at the subconscious layer of the character, by the way. The conscious layer is he wants to save his family from the Barbary pirates. That would be my main character, Midshipman John Sullivan of the early United States Navy. The subconscious layer with John is, and it's probably telling you too much, but what the hell. You're on this stream because you like story analysis, so I'll just tell you that the subconscious layer with John is he doesn't deep down believe that his family can be saved. They've already been shattered. What he really wants is to inflict pain on the people that did this to him and to his family. He wants them to suffer. He doesn't admit that to himself, but that's what he wants. He wants them to suffer for what they've done. And it's driving him to the edge of madness. That's kind of in the first two books. That's more or less where the character's arc is going. He's being driven to the edge of madness, and that's very important when he confronts... I'm telling you too much. Anyway, and I would say the deep-seated layer with John is he wants to fix things that are broken, but that can never really be put back together. It's kind of a failing in his personality. He believes he can fix things that can't be fixed. And it drives him... It drives him to do great things, and it also drives him to do foolish things. And I quite enjoy it. I don't know if my readers enjoy that as much as I do, because I kind of get complaints about John. They're like, why does he do such dumb things all the time? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Keep reading. He's on a journey. Redoubt Productions says, hey, I simply said they both sound like bad ideas for Saturday night movie viewing. Well, they were. And you were right, Redoubt. Hang on, let me just... the lighting was a little too aggressive in the past. There it is. We'll just trim that down a little. I don't want to get washed out. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Rondelli, a.k.a. Rondo, is in the chat. Says, oh, ahoy. Ahoy, Rondo. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. Assume you'll post, so. Says, why was Craven going to be bad? Because it's 2024 Hollywood. Yeah, I mean, because... Well, actually, I think Jeremy, the commander of their D-Day Cobra, he puts it pretty eloquently, I think, which is maybe was it him? I don't know. You make a bunch of anti-hero, maybe it was Ryan. It was probably Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, and he said, you're taking a bunch of anti-heroes. They're all anti-heroes. They're only interesting because, that doesn't make an interesting universe of characters. Like, you can't take a bunch of villains, turn them all into anti-heroes without any hero in the story. That doesn't work. And so, yeah, it's a stupid idea. It's a cash grab. I think we have the Grandmaster in our chat. And he says he works inside the industry, and he said that the primary motivating factor, this would be in the Discord, link is in the description, and he was saying the primary motivation of these Hollywood creatives is they simply want to make, billions and billions they just want, the more money they make, the more they want. And I said, then why don't they learn from 9 consecutive failures? And he said, well, they're correcting and they're making changes, but, progress is slow. There are people that are relieved that they're giving some more creative freedom. And that's all well and good. Don't hold your breath, folks. Don't hold your breath. Hollywood is what it is. It is an ossified organization. It is infested with rot. Mental, deranged rot. That would be the woke mind virus, among other things. But also just, listen, Hollywood is never going to fully get rid of the DEI mind virus because they believe in it. They believe that it is perfectly acceptable to choose people for professions not based on their skill, talents, or credentials or experience, but rather their skin color and sexual preferences. A lot of these wackos believe that shit. And they don't see the immorality of that. And so we're still going to get crap like this. We're still going to get crap. Now, are we going to get some better things? Probably. And I think part of the problem is they're so infested that, to Grandmaster's point, yeah, they may be course correcting and they may want to make money. In some cases, I just think they're not that bright. In other cases, I think their ideology blinds them. And, at the end of the day, it's a political knife fight. It just is in that culture. So, hail the Iron Age. We're going to have to do it ourselves, folks. That's just all we're going to end. By the way, the right-wing conservative intelligentsia, they're not going to bail us out either. Daily Wire, they're never going to be a force in the culture for entertainment. They just aren't. They might have, some interesting independent films here and there, but are they ever going to change the culture? No, because they're they are too judgmental and they're too rigid in their ideological thinking. Having people on their team constantly demonize anime, among other things, and video games and all that shit, they're too close-minded. Art requires an open mind. It just does. It requires an ability to embrace new ideas without judgment. And I would argue that to some extent explains why Hollywood is so filled with people that have no moral code, because they've taken that too far, right? Being open-minded does not mean you're a moral relativist. That's the difference. It means there is such a thing as right and wrong, but you are also open to yourself being wrong about something. That's, in my view, what it means. So what we need is new blood, new independent creatives who live and breathe these stories and want to see them just be awesome. I said Wicked was good because Wicked is just a story. I don't sense any real agenda in that film. I don't sense it was not written from the perspective of an ideological agenda. Now, it's based on a play, which in turn was based on a novel. So that probably explains why it was just written by better, more talented people, and the film was an adaptation of that prior work. However, it still bears repeating that Wicked is simply telling you a story about this character, Elphaba, going through this journey. And it works, and it's great. And there's a lot of classic story beats in it that are very, they get you invested. You know, part of the problem with the girl boss is I don't believe it. And I think a lot of people who are probably going to get some enjoyment out of this, I don't think that they are wrong or that they are there's anything wrong with that. I just think they live in the same cultural stew that we all live in, which is in our modern culture, whether you see it, the pattern or not, you know, as one brave TikToker, one brave woman on TikTok once put it, where are all the men? Where are all the men? I'll never forget it. I love that. Where are all the men? Mr. Mindflayer says, and Craven actually had good stories in the comics, so they were bound to fuck it up. Yes, I'm gonna order this this omnibus for myself. I hear Craven the Last Hunt is one of the greatest. Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, my absolute favorite. That would be specifically Peter Parker Spider-Man. That is my favorite superhero character and alter ego. I love Peter Parker. He's one of the great characters in all of fiction. Hell, I might even put him as my vote for my favorite fictional character of all time. That might actually be Peter Parker. Seriously. Anyway, so I want to get The Last Hunt because I hear it is just incredible, and I don't think I've read that one. So I definitely want to read it. Stormcrow says, let the hate flow through you. Oh, yes, Stormcrow. It was very tempting to just yell at the screen. I was this close. I'm a very polite moviegoer. Very polite. If I hear that Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, notoriously likes to talk in movie theaters. I would never want to see a movie with him. And if he was in my theater, I'd call the manager on him specifically. That's right. When it comes to movies, I'm a full-blown Karen. It's bad. But even I was tempted to break my film goer code. I'm actually not a Karen. I'm actually not a Karen because I would just tell him to shut up. I've done that. I've looked at someone and I look him in the eye, folks, and I make sure the whole theater hears me. Excuse me. Could you please turn off your phone? Yes, you. Could you please turn off your phone? Thank you. I've literally done that to people, and I want the whole theater to hear me say it. Because they should be saying it too. Not just me. Why do I have to do it? They should be able to do it. So that's why I say it loudly. And of course, people are like, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, yes, you can do that too. I know. People don't like confrontation. I'll do it. I'll light your ass up. Starfury is in the chat. Evening, you arseholes. It's still evening. I'm starting the stream earlier and earlier. Dear Starfury over there. On the other side of the globe is still, it's nearly nighttime. But do you like the earlier hours, Starfury? Do you? Let me know. Let me know, chat. Do you like the time frame? Mr. Mindflayer says, bro, Reddit was your first mistake. You know, it just comes up in searches. What can I do? Starfury says, did you get to see secret levels on Amazon Prime? No, Starfury, because you didn't give me enough warning. I have to go watch it. I saw your post in Discord, but I didn't have a chance to see it. So, literally, I was just setting up the stream when you sent it. So, yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Secret Levels. It's a Warhammer 40K thing. I've got Warhammer 40K news for you, by the way, Starfury. Starfury says, War of the Rohirrim, another piece of modern-day media that I will never watch, and, well, you should not. Stormcrow says, Garrett, you're being too nice. If they could, they would have had her be a... Oh, jeez! Oh, Stormcrow! He says a connoisseur of the Puthai. Anthony Rondo says, what is Galaxyborn? Uh-oh. Skunk's Workshop, you're going to get an early preview. What is Galaxyborn? Very quickly. Ever so quickly. Yes, Mr. Producer, grab that one. Thank you. You know what? Do it as a slideshow, Mr. Producer. Yeah. The other one. What? Fine, then just get the ship. I did not raise my voice. That's my indoor voice. Now, so sensitive. Share screen. Where is it? I need the other one. Mr. Producer, I need the other one. Okay, well, here we go. This is the UCS Independence from my own original science fiction universe, Galaxy-born, that I'm working on, and this is a star frigate. This will be set in the 24th century. This is a story of our future, and it's going to be about a captain who is assigned the mission of protecting peace for the United Commonwealth of Planets against aliens, foreign and domestic. And then I have a title card for it. So this is in development, just not in the Hollywood sense of in development. Here we go. There it is. I got it. There more on this later in the stream. Okay. Replace screen with that one. So this is my original artwork for it. Galaxy-born. So yeah, it's going to be set in the 24th century, and it's going to be about a crew in the United Commonwealth Navy who have to go on a mission to stop a alien terrorist organization from unleashing a terrifying weapon that could destroy the Commonwealth and human civilization as we know it. So that's what I'm working on. More on that later. Stormcrow says, oh no, I'll leave that. Star Fury, sorry, that was Star Fury. They're discussing the proclivities of Hera. What did Star Fury say? Oh, Star Fury answered the question. Well, thank you. That's a great answer, by the way, Star Fury. The Captain's new military science fiction series. And by the way, the Galaxy-born future is not a fantasy world. It's not. It's not meant to be highly speculative. It is meant to be our future. This is our future in the stars. I even take inspiration from things that like SpaceX is doing, and I'm like, I project that into the future, what that might look like. So it's meant to be our future. It's meant to be a future that is optimistic. It's not like Star Trek where it's like utopian to the nth degree, but it's meant to be a future that you would aspire to. So that's what it is. Captain Garrett says, the Bloody Nine versus Hera, who wins? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. You're referring, of course, to the alter ego of the barbarian Logan in the First Law trilogy of novels, and that would be Joe Abercrombie's series of books. The Bloody Nine is a nickname given to this barbarian Logan who goes into a kind of berserker rage, and he just becomes this absolute, he is death's very messenger, to borrow from John Wick. Speaking of John Wick, I have to pull up this trailer. And I will. The Bloody Nine would split her in half inside of about 4 seconds, is what would happen, Stormcrow. The Bloody Nine would probably kill Helm Hammerhand, let's just face it. The Bloody Nine would kill Helm Hammerhand. He is a nightmare. Dude, if you have not read, by the way, Red Country, which is an anthology book, Stormcrow, if you have not read Red Country, prepare yourself. Bruh. Like, finish the trilogy, prepare yourself. It's unbelievable. It's so good. Oh, the last 10 chapters of that book, holy shit. Holy fucking shit, man. It's so good. I love it. And it's related to that character. In any case, Morbius of Altair 4. Welcome aboard, Morbius of Altair 4. That is a very auspicious title. Captain salutes you, sir. Assume your post. Says, hail, Captain. Hail, cremated. To what do you refer, sir? Did Hera ever crack a smile even once in War of Rohirrim? Smile, I don't recall. There are a lot of moments in the film where she's loving towards her father. Throughout the whole film, I will say the one mildly saving grace that she has is she admires her father and loves him while also rejecting everything he wants her to do, which is part of the problem. You know, how can you admire your father but also think he's wrong about everything? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that he's wrong about something or some things or that you have disagreements, but to admire him and really look up to him but think everything he wants you to do is incorrect and he doesn't have your best interest in heart at heart and he's always wrong about everything, it doesn't make any sense. That would be a child at odds with her father. So, but anyway, my point is she has a softer side in the film towards her father, and that's about it. She is a full-blown slay queen on wheels the whole film other than that. And it's the most striking thing about it is that she doesn't have a character arc. She is the flat out girl boss. She's a Mary Sue. She is a Mary Sue. She begins the film exactly how she ends it. She is brilliant. She is the fastest rider. She is the best fighter. She is an excellent military strategist. She is the best leader. Her father tells her she's the best leader. No, Hera, you're the one who should lead the world. And then what happens? Someone else becomes king. And of course, it should have been you, Hera. You should have been the queen. Oh, fuck off. Like, it's ridiculous. At least now Furiosa, which now again, Furiosa suffers from the problem that, like, where are all the men? You know, Mad Max is a male-driven, but anyway, putting that aside, it's still part of the larger pattern I consider a problem. But the film Furiosa begins with Furiosa as a child, and she basically is a slave, and she is trying to find a way to escape and go home, and it takes her years of hardship, sacrifice, and difficulty working her way up in this organization of Immortan Joe before she even gets close to... She has to learn survival skills before she can even attempt it. That's what's so great about the story, is that, like, she has to go on this arc to become a road warrior. She's not a road warrior at the beginning. She has to learn to become a road warrior. Now, if Hera... there is a way to get at Hera that I think would work. Now, I don't think this should be a thing because this is not the story that Tolkien wrote. He wrote an appendix in which she is an unnamed character. She is not germane to the story of Helm Hammerhand. She is not, which is why she should not have been in this. This is bullshit fan fiction, is what it is. It's bullshit self-insert fan fiction. It's cringe. But leaving that aside for a second, if you were going to tell a story where Hera, she is the protagonist in this film. Like, it's not even close. Nobody else is really that important compared to her. It's insufferable, really. I sort of thought this was going to be a film where she was a protagonist, Helm was a protagonist, and maybe someone else in the film is kind of a lead. No. This film is her film. 100%. The whole film is orbiting around the question of when will Hera finally be given her due? When will she finally be understood to be the master tactician, leader, fighter, and writer that we all know that she is? That's basically what the film is concerned with. It's insufferable. However, if you were going to tell the story in a way that might actually be kind of interesting and fun and intriguing, I would start it out as she's not interested in war. That's how I would have started it. Now, let me rephrase. The character is against going to war. So that, what I'm saying is she loves fighting. She loves picking up a sword and a shield and fighting with they show her as a girl fighting a boy. And it's funny. They show this flashback and I'm like, she's going to win because of course she is. And she does. She wins and humiliates this boy in a fight because of course she does. And so it's like, the way I would get at it, well, actually, One Piece did this very well. They did this very well with Roronoa Zoro in his backstory. He had a rival who was this girl who was better than him with a sword, and she beat him in fights. And there's a a scene where she basically says, yeah, but one day you will beat me. And he says, no, no, you don't think that way. And she's like, oh, you're a man. Like, you're going to have advantages I simply won't have. You'll be faster and stronger. Assuming we both are of equal skill, you will surpass me, right? And he says, well, I don't accept that. I challenge you to not let that happen. And it becomes this little challenge between them, right? They become friends precisely because they're challenging each other to be the best possible swordsman they can be. I think that's a great way to get at a strong female character in this context, right? And speaking of, when I say strong, I mean a warrior female character. That's a better way to put it. A warrior female character. So the way I would just knee-jerk off the top of my head, the way I might get at Hera's character is, it begins the story with, you know, I would put it this way. She wants to marry a prince in Gondor. This is who she's chosen. In the film, it's that her father wants to marry her off to Gondor, and she don't need no man. Okay, it's literally that bad. It's just that bad. She's like, I don't want to marry anyone. I want to have cats and a career, don't you know? Fuck off. I fucking hate this shit. Wokeness is dead. It just doesn't know it yet. Mark my words. There will be a day where you will be laughed out of a writer's room for suggesting ideas like this. But until that day, we press on. Now, so the way I would get at it is, she's not interested in a war. She wants to marry the Prince of Gondor because she's in love. And then we have the conflict with Wolf, who's the prince from the other clan that wants to marry her to create a political alliance. She doesn't want to marry him, and she rejects him, and that all proceeds apace. But I would have it be that she is what a female statesman would be in a medieval world. She is there to be, an admired lady of the court. She sometimes advises her father, things like that. She does things that, honestly, women did have a certain amount of power in feudalistic societies. That is, noble women. They did have power, but it was usually in more like background advisory roles. But there were things that they did, and there are historical examples of this. But no, they were not getting on a horse and riding into battle. That was not their role. It just wasn't. And most women would not have wanted that role. They wouldn't want it. A lot of men don't want to ride into battle because it sucks. But anyway. What I would say is, like all women of Rohan, she had learned to defend herself. I think that's fair. I think there are kind of hardy people, and it makes sense that even women know how to basically defend themselves in this world. I'm fine with that. And then her father makes this he accidentally kills this guy with the one punch, creates this conflict, and then his father starts getting warmongery and starts going overboard. She tries to counsel caution. He doesn't listen to her. Then when the war is going badly, she winds up in a situation where she has to step up because, I would say men have been killed in battle. There's nobody to defend the home front. And she takes it upon herself to take up arms and help defend. She doesn't know what she's doing. She has to be taught. She has to learn. She goes through difficult challenges. Sometimes she's made fun of, right? But she ultimately winds up proving herself through grit and determination. That's how I would get at it. And then at the end of the story, she steps into a leadership role because it's required of her, because she's earned it. I mean, I guess what I would say is every male in this story, except for Helm Hammerhand, is either an incel or is an idiot. Or a coward. That's basically what they all are. There's a scene where she walks into this council at Helm's Deep, and they're like, well, what do we do? And she's like, we stand together. And she starts giving this speech. Nobody would listen to her. Say one thing for House of the Dragon. At least when Rhaenyra, as queen, is talking to her council of men that are all advising her, they start running over her. They start talking over her. They start disrespecting her. Why? Because it's what they would do. And she has to find a way to get them to listen. You know what's actually really, this is actually a great comparison, an excellent comparison. Rhaenyra at the beginning of House of the Dragon season 2, she does not have the respect of her lords, her advisors, her small council. They all continuously lecture to her and they disrespect her. They kind of talk down to her and they tell her, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to do this, you have to do that. She can't get them under control. And Daemon calls her out on it and basically says, like, you need to wake up. Like, you are the queen, but you're also a woman. And they just ain't going to listen to you. And you need me. And that's basically what he says to her. And he almost chokes her again. And she gets pissed. And they have a falling out. And Daemon fucks off to Harrenhal. And he starts trying to build his own army. And he's a little bit tempted to just overthrow her and become the king. Fuck it. Women don't work. Women don't work as queen. I should just be king. That's basically what he's not totally there, but he starts thinking about it, right? Now, by the end of the season, this is actually the best part of House of the Dragon season 2. He goes on this spiritual journey, as does Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra also kind of goes on this journey in parallel, and he arrives at the conclusion that she is the right leader because of the prophecy of the White Walkers and all that stuff. But the bottom line is, there's a great moment of triumph at the end of the show that is very earned, which is Rhaenyra and Daemon reuniting, and she doesn't know if he's going to support her. And he finally, for real, bends the knee and says, you're my queen, and he believes in her. But he did not believe in her at the beginning, and her council didn't. She had to learn the skills to get those men under control in her world, right? And she didn't have them, and she had a big disadvantage. He had to actually go on a journey to actually earn respect for her. So my problem with Hera in War of the Rohirrim is there's no such journey with her. She just is a girl boss, and people just need to find out. And by the way, there is a supporting character that is a shield maiden who's like this like old lady that advises her, but she's like a total tough badass. She comes up with all the plans. She's the one giving all the orders. She browbeats all the men in the council. Oh my God, she is even worse than Hera. She's so bad. Oh, it's awful. Morbius of Altair 4 says, Hail Fu Man, Starburst, how are you? It's a Stoff Yeti. If you, Daily Wires to Normie. I mean, look, I admire what they're trying to do, but they're just so fucking conservative. You know what I mean? Kavari says, am here for incel commentary. Which women are we hating today? I don't hate women. I love women. What are you talking about? But we do hate Hera, so we're hating on her because she's an insufferable bi-itch. I won't say she's insufferable in the way that Galadriel is. It's not that Hera specifically. I mean, she's just kind of a boring character. She's just a boring character. What's insufferable is how the film forces her to be great at things that it's not. Listen, you have to get the audience to buy in. And this is exactly why woke storytelling is such trash, because it thinks you as the audience are stupid and you need to learn your lesson. That's what woke storytelling thinks of you as an audience. It thinks, well, let's face it, woke storytelling proceeds from the assumption that you are problematic, that you've been raised in a patriarchal, racist, colonialistic culture of genocide. And you need to be educated about all of your ignorance. And if you're an ally, well, great for you, but there's still probably more you need to learn. And so the problem with woke storytelling is it is telling the audience, you like this, you enjoy this, this is cool. Shaved head, muscular, flat-chested woman is exciting to you. And what you're really feeling is, no, it's not. Well, then there's something wrong with you, is what woke storytelling then counters. At which point you walk out and don't spend your money on it. And then they say, well, toxic fans just don't like our movie because they're toxic. So my problem with Hera is that this film presents her in a way that is flat out ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't buy this character for a second. I did buy Eowyn. I did buy Arwen. I did buy Galadriel in the Peter Jackson trilogy. I don't buy this character. Not for a second. So that's the issue. And yes, Morbius, you are correct. We are hating on Hera. Honestly, it's not precisely Hera though. It's this movie. This movie, because of the way it presents her, is so insufferable and boring. And I will say this. The scenes where Helm Hammerhand is kicking ass, voiced by the magnificent and brilliant Brian Cox, holy shit. Those scenes are awesome. And it honestly just makes it all the more clear why she's such a lame character. Literally, she's the least interesting character in the story. I want to see more of Helm Hammerhand. By the way, the bad guy in the film is Wolf, the rival prince who was supposed to marry Hera. They were childhood friends. Now they're estranged. He loved her all his life. He is a 100% incel. He is a 100% incel who just can't get over the fact that this girl boss rejected him. It's awful. It's boring. It's cliche. That's the problem with it. Skunk's Workshop says, simple, put the damn phone on vibrate. I put it on silent. Staffhide says, love the earlier stream time. Mr. Mindflayer says, I'd love to put a team together to develop a TTRPG if you want. Yes, that's definitely, it's a little back burner right now, but yes, we're going to, a Galaxy-born TTRPG, we'll have it. This is probably far, we're talking a decade timeline here. But I want to do the equivalent of a Mass Effect RPG one day in this universe. Like, that's the goal. But first we got to get the principal narrative of the story has to be established, and it has to succeed. It has to succeed on that merit, right? What do I always say? If I were to fix Star Wars, how would I do it? Well, first I would decanonize all the Disney stuff, and then I would say we're going to release one film, which is a successor to the original 6 films, and we're gonna present it as a one self-contained Star Wars adventure story with a hook for a trilogy, but not necessary. The film could end there. It will be different than A New Hope, but it will be a self-contained story like A New Hope was. And we'll see what happens. And if it works and it earns success, then we'll do a trilogy. And if that trilogy is successful, then we'll start thinking about what other things we can do. So that's the way I see it. But yes, one day soon, Mr. Mindflayer. Skunk's Workshop says the Independence has arrived. Look at her go! Anthony Timmons saying, ahoy, Starshippers. Tom is in the chat. Ahoy, Tom. Hail. Good to see you, Tom. We've missed you. The chat has missed you. Do you know what the chat says to me every day, Tom? Where is Tom? Where is he? Sorry. Look, there's so much love in the chat. Anthony says, I heard War of the Rohirrim was pretty bad. Didn't even look interesting at all to me. The only movie that I'm looking forward to is Nosferatu. I hope they don't screw it up. What is that? Mirror. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this. Mirror Industries, Captain's 40-year-old virgin's log. Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. Stormcrow says, Captain Garrett, the only thing that I must know about Galaxy-born, does it have hot space alien babes? Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Stormcrow. Mr. Producer, if you would. Share screen. There it is. That is a Capruan. A female of the Capruan species. They are allies of humanity. So there you go. So, you like it, Stormcrow? You know, we'll find bustier babes for you, too. Don't worry. We will. Okay, I want to show you this I saw this trailer. Now I'm on the fence about whether this film's going to be good or not. There were things I liked in the trailer and things I didn't like, but there's one particular element that I think is particularly of note here. And this is germane to... Let me get rid of the captions here. This is related to my thoughts on Rohirrim. So I want you to compare kind of the mindset of this story compared to War of the Rohirrim. Here we go. Oh, wait. Share screen, Mr. Producer.
Do you like to dance? I know a school where they teach dances. I could take you there if you'd like.
To stop the assassin, you must become the assassin. You will always be weaker. You will always be smaller. You want to win? Improvise. Adapt. Cheat.
Now that's the operative example that I want to find. I was like, see, now this is brilliant because it's acknowledging the fact that a woman is never going to be physically stronger than a male of like, equal or greater size. She's just never going to be able to compete with him in the assassin's world one-to-one. So what they're saying is learn to use your other qualities. And this is what I love about the John Wick series. It does not treat women with this fantastical, ridiculous, ideological fantasy, right? It creates verisimilitude by being real about those differences, but then using them. Like, how are they more agile? How can they do things how can they cheat to win?
Welcome to the Continental.
Eve Macaro of the Roscaroma. What a pleasure to see you again.
You have no idea what you just walked into.
I really hate this trend of like remixed classic songs in trailers to be super dramatic.
They killed my father. This isn't done until they're dead.
Fate is a very humbling thing.
So some great action set pieces so far, and I'm definitely liking elements of this. I think the choreography is typically excellent for the John Wick universe. I will say the standard I want revenge for my father's death story, while I admire it being sort of back to basics, I also feel like it's a little too basic. I feel like it's a little too obvious. It's not exactly the most enthralling stuff. I want revenge. Oh, well, where have I seen that before? Maybe on the other hand, that is just simply the brand, with John Wick, perhaps.
You are him.
I'm kind of amazed that they showed John Wick in this trailer. Hang on a second. I gotta reload something here. Make sure that I'm not getting a warning. Looking good. Okay, cool.
The one they call the Baba Yaga.
Yes, very
How do I
nice.
start doing what you do?
Looks like you already have.
I kind of like that line. That's a very John Wick Keanu line right there. What I do like the fact that they're not shoehorning her into John Wick's movie and trying to put her over. I like they're just giving her her own movie and letting it just be that. And John Wick is over here being John Wick, and that's all fine. I will say one of my main issues with this is she kind of has John Wick's moves. And it's not even specifically that she has it. It's just, it's kind of a mission creep, I would say, of these four films, the John Wick films, is that kind of he keeps meeting people that all can do what he does. And that's kind of an issue for me because the original concept of John Wick that made him so cool in that first film was that he just was the man with the most focus. He was the most skilled. He was simply a freak of nature because he just, every single thing he did was precision. Every single thing he did was like the most efficient way to kill and win. So that's what made him cool. But over the course of the films, they've started to introduce other characters who also fight this way and use these same precise movements that he uses. They're just not quite as skilled as he is. And I think that that is undermining his character a little bit because it's making what he does less unique. So when I see the ballerina kind of doing like the tilted gun and all the stuff, well, she's just doing what John Wick does. And I sort of thought that that's what John Wick does. So I don't know. Stormcrow says, I'm more of a hips guy. I think Mirror Industries is mad. Mirror Industries, are you mad, Mirror Industries? Are you mad that I'm tired of this girl boss shit? I'm just curious. Do you like it? Do you like this slop? I sit here and I praise Furiosa. It's an excellent film. Ellen Ripley's one of my favorite characters. Why don't people demand more from their stories? Why do people just put up with shit that's boring? Because they want it to be good and they're delusional. They're delusional. You're being served slop for the algorithm wood chipper. And you just scarf it up like a good corporate consumer. Just gobble it up. And you know what we get? We get more shit. More and more shit shoveled at us all the time. So I don't know. Be mad. Now, what else is in the stack of stuff? Yeah, so I guess I didn't really structure this review very much. I just went on a stem winder about War of the Rohirrim, which is trash. Could I talk about the story at all? I mean, all I will say is the redeeming qualities of it there are some cool scenes with Helm Hammerhand, which just prove that should have been the movie. The movie should have just been about him, and that would have been more interesting. Other than that, I found this film insufferably boring. There's a very long plot thread about assembling a siege tower. Who cares? Who cares? The animation is very odd in this film. It sort of goes from like almost CGI animation to then like this really stilted, like low budget, slow frame rate. So yeah, the animation is not that impressive. I will say that the visuals and the colors of the world look very good. Edoras looks beautiful. Helm's Deep looks beautiful. The landscape of Rohan looks like what you remember from the films. So that's all fine. They totally name drop Gandalf at the end of this. It's such an eye roll. It's such an eye roll. Some would call him Gandalf. Oh, fuck off. But mostly it's just boring. I think that there's a lost art of character-driven storytelling. This is not a character-driven story. This is a really trite, hackneyed, feminist wish fulfillment fantasy, and it's just boring. And we've seen it 1,000 times. And it's on the way out. It's on the way out. Now, I have a review. Hat tip Nerdrotic. We're going to watch it together. Put a like on it. Mr. Producer, share screen. Scott's Workshop says it's black, it's female, it's empowering. You specifically have to like it. Yes, we will cram it down your throat whether you like it or not. Mr. Mindflayer says, of the Ballerina, it makes a lot of sense that all those characters copy Wick. Wouldn't you copy the best? Well, that's a good point, Mr. Mindflayer. I appreciate that point. That's a good counterpoint. I'll have to think about that. I'm thinking about it in real time. I guess what I would say is that you could argue that it's actually Wick who has learned all these skills from this world of assassins. I mean, specifically, it's his Romani family, if you will, that taught him all of these ancient Romani skills. So in theory, there's a lot of assassins that use his style. And I suppose that's a fair argument. I'm just saying that it's more of a personal thing. Like, when I saw the very first John Wick film, what was so impressive about the way he fights is it was precision. Like, I've shown that film to normies, and like what everyone across the board loves about it is that John Wick doesn't do that stupid thing that the heroes do in other movies where they kind of leave a guy sort of wounded so he can crawl to his gun, pick it up, and fight back. Wick literally will put a guy down and then he'll put an extra bullet in his head just for good measure. Now, I don't see that as like he's just doing what all the assassins in this world do. The way I see that is Wick, he's sort of autistic when it comes to assassination. Like, that's what he is. It's his superpower that he's so autistic about every detail. So to him, killing to other assassins is like an art, or it's a profession, or it's a skill set. To John Wick, killing is simply like, it's like a spreadsheet in his mind. How can I put this? He's like the accountant of murder. That's what he is. He's like the accountant of murdering. Everything he does is gamified. Like, everything he does is optimized for maximum return on investment. This is the move you do to maximize the, efficiency of getting this job done. And that's why he's so good at it. So the way I always looked at John Wick's movements, his fighting style, the way he particularly does the double tap on every single bad guy, I always looked at it as he's just autistic about it. He's just autistic about it. This is his process. He just makes sure that every single thing that has to be done is done. So he's like an accountant in the world of killing. That's the way I see John Wick. Now, later in John Wick 3 is when it started getting really bad, because they introduced Halle Berry's character, which I liked. They introduced Halle Berry's character, but she was kind of doing, aside from her dogs, which were very cool, she was kind of doing all the same things he was doing. And that was when it started to hit me that, like, oh, this is just kind of the style in this world now. And it just made John Wick a little less impressive to me. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I love it that, like Donnie Yen's character in John Wick 4 was awesome because he's so different. He's so different. Like, he's a blind guy who uses sound. I love how he uses this. He sets up doorbell sensors so he knows where the guy is, so he can turn around and shoot him. Now, that's cool because that's a totally different way of fighting from John Wick. That's what I'm talking about. Like, there are other examples of this in the John Wick world, characters that are fairly unique in how they do things, and I like that. All I'm saying is, seeing the Ballerina do the exact gun tilt that John Wick does, it bothers me because I just feel like that's his thing, So I hear what you're saying. It's probably because my impression of Wick is based on the first film. It's based on the first film, what made him unique and special. And one of the best phrases ever in the franchise, of course, is death's very messenger, which is what he is. Anthony Timmons says, while Ballerina does look interesting, I have my reservations. Are they just going to, go the I'm female John Wick route? If it will only work if they give her own quirks and personality. Yeah, I agree. I think the hook for her story, while, as I said, the hook for her story, and there is a hook in that trailer, she wants revenge. Okay, great. Not bad. Not bad. But I consider that a bit obvious. it's nothing to write home about, honestly. So I'm with you on this, Anthony. I'm really on the fence. We'll see. It's one of those we'll just have to see. If I watch it and I think it was brilliant and she's really great, I'll tell you. So far, her story, I like elements of it. I like that they're teaching her, like, you're not going to be able to just go toe-to-toe with dudes. You have to learn to fight differently than they do. And I think that's cool. I like that a lot. I think there's a lot of great female assassins in the John Wick franchise dating from the first film that reflect that. And so I think it's consistent with the world. It seems consistent with the style of John Wick, which I like. So we'll see. Can she be an interesting character? Or is she like Kaylee Spaney in Alien Romulus, the default human? That's the problem. Is she the default human? Of course, I forgot to mention Sofia Gigante in The Penguin, who is a female bad guy who is awesome. She is unique. She's interesting. Her performance is magnetic. It's like, will the Ballerina have that same quality? We'll see. Skunk's Workshop says animation looks crazy, but the art style looks great. Are you talking about Rohirrim? We'll see. All right, let me share this video. Hat tip Nerdrotic. Lord of the Rings commits Mary suicide.
Nerdrotic.com.
Very droll, Nerdrotic.
Greetings, you over 1 million awakening wonders and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. You know, in the 4 times back in 2021, Tolkien fans were hopeful because there wasn't just one, there was 2 Lord of the Rings projects in production from 2 different studios. Even
I want you to consider something, chat. Could you have a story about 4 male friends who go on a journey together? As an original story, could Hollywood even produce that? That's a question for you, Mirror Industries. That's a question for you. Could they ever tell this story as an original story, a story about 4 male protagonists who are friends, let alone in a fantasy world? Could they do that? Could they do that with 9 male protagonists who join together in a fellowship? The Fellowship of the Ring is 9 male protagonists working together. This is the problem. We can have Barbie, we can have Wicked, but we can't have this anymore. That's the problem with War of the Rohirrim. There you go. I'm educating you, Mirror Industries. Resume tape.
at the time, rumor grew of a shadow infecting the Amazon production with modernity, but still, fans were cautiously optimistic. And they had more reason to be excited because in the late spring of that year, Warner Brothers announced they were going to do a Lord of the Rings project, an anime called War of the Rohirrim. All was looking pretty good if you were a Tolkien fan. Time marched on, and quickly we realized what was really going on behind the scenes at Amazon and Warner Brothers, a giant corporate dick measuring contest, which I was all for. Sure, the only reason Warner Brothers greenlit War of the Rohirrim was to retain the distribution rights in their fight with Amazon. The only reason Peter Jackson put his name on it apparently was because he was ghosted by Amazon. And yes, Amazon was pissed that Warner Brothers released House of the Dragon Season 1 a couple of weeks before the Rings of Power Season 1, which just so happened to be officially released on the anniversary of the professor's death, which ended up being prophetic because that was the day the Rings of Power died, and it was all downhill from there. Even when we knew things weren't looking good, in our wildest nightmares, we could not conceive how bad the Rings of Power would be. Simply put, it was an abomination and a desecration of the professor's work, sacrificing his values on the altar of the message. Amazon spent $1 billion on fanfic, shipping the embodiment of evil Sauron with the embodiment of femininity that they reduced into warrior Galadriel wearing armor, slaying orcs, and becoming an insufferable girl boss. Still, hope was kindled with Warner Brothers' War of the Rohirrim. They were, just like Amazon, drawing from the appendices and doing the story of Helm Hammerhand that had the involvement of original Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit screenwriter Philippa Boyens. Warner Brothers couldn't possibly make the same mistakes as Amazon, like wildly deviating from the lore, making up characters that end up subverting the characters that are actually written in the story. And they couldn't possibly go with a girl boss, could they? Well, now that I've seen the film, they went with a girl boss. Let's just get this out of the way. Is War of the Rohirrim as bad as the Rims of Power? No, not even close. What they did manage to...
I would absolutely agree with that. Like, it's not as bad. Like, in terms of the actual writing, it's fine. It's basically a serviceable plot. It all fits together. It all makes sense, roughly. It's just boring. It's just a boring story.
Do, and this isn't a positive, is Girl Boss better? When I first saw the trailer, I thought,
oh shit, here we go again.
Not another story of some unknown daughter who ends up being a Mary Sue and the impetus of the entire story leading around a bunch of incompetent men who should have listened to her in the first place. And it turns out War of the Rohirrim is about some unnamed daughter who ends up being the impetus of the story leading around a bunch of incompetent men who should have listened to her in the first place. There is everything written by
Perfectly
Tolkien.
said. That's exactly what it is. They all should have listened to her, and they say it. They say it. They say it. Helm Hammerhand says it to her. I should have listened to you. You were right all along. You're the best of it. He just falls all over himself. It's in the trailer when he says you could rule the world. I remember thinking like, wow, out of context, that sounds bad. Like, that sounds really bad. I'm sure that in context, it can't be that bad. In context, it was worse. It was worse than that. It's so pathetic. Roll tape.
About the character of Hera, who is unnamed in the books. To one of these councils, Freka rode with many men, and he asked for the hand of Helm's daughter for his son Wolf. But Helm said, "You have grown big since you were last here, but it is mostly fat, I guess." And men laughed at that, for Freka was wide in the belt. What could have been the story centered on Helm Hammerhand and the tragic events that led to the naming of Helm's Deep turned into something else. But to be fair, the first...
That is it. That is all she is mentioned in the appendix. That's it. He asked for the hand of the daughter, and Helm said no.
20 minutes or so started out close enough to the books. After Helm refuses Freka's request to allow his son Wolf to marry his unnamed daughter at the time, Hera, words are exchanged and they step outside. This is where Helm kills Freka with one blow, giving him the nickname Helm Hammerhand. The only major differences here is Helm didn't seem sorry about it at all in the books, but in this he does. Helm then banishes Wolf and the rest of the Dunlending, and to give you some quick background, the Dunlending, or Wildmen, have no real love for the Rohirrim or Gondor, who gifted the Rohirrim essentially their land. This brings us to the synopsis. A sudden attack by Wolf, a ruthless Dunlending lord, forces Helm Hammerhand and his people to make a daring last stand in the ancient stronghold of the Hornburg. Now, if they stopped there and just adapted that, I think things would have been at least fine, but unfortunately, it continues. Finding herself in an increasingly desperate situation, Helm's daughter Hera must lead the resistance against a deadly enemy who's intent on total destruction. If you mean creative bankruptcy, sure. Unfortunately, this is where everything falls apart.
She just walks in there with her girl boss, like mentor woman, shield maiden, and they just start bitching everybody around. It's like it's so unearned.
Part for me in this film becomes a massive disappointment, one I was looking forward to, but I gotta give Warner Brothers some credit. At least the Rohirrim look like the Rohirrim and the Dunlending look like the Dunlending. The costume,
yes, things look good. Things do look good in it.
Edoras, the Hornburg,
I mean, not the animation, but like the visuals, like the actual, like the costumes, the landscapes, that all looks great. Great landscapes.
and even Rohan look like they do in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, but that's where the resemblances end. The animation is choppy, and that probably has a lot to do with 60 different companies working towards the end to get this out on time. The dialogue, while not being Tolkienian and very anime, is still better than the Rings of Power, but that's not
true. But like, there's literally lines in this where it's like, I've got a plan. Wow, super original line there. And then a line, oh, this is your plan? I didn't say it was a perfect plan, chat GPT garbage. Anyway, there's like a scene where they're escaping from an enemy camp, And the line is, let's get out of here. And I just remember thinking, like, you know, I'm not a stickler for trying to, like, make it super medieval, but that line just hit me as, like, that's so, like, ultra current day. So, yeah, it does suffer from that. By the way, this shot on the screen here, this is the scene where Helm basically says, you're so smart, you're the best of us, we should have listened to you, you could rule the world, the people need hope, it's all you, Hera, it's all you!
Not saying very much. Aside from a few callbacks to PJ's Lord of the Rings, the music is as flat as the characters and the animation, but this film's biggest crime is it's a boring slog. It clocks in at over 2 hours, cut down from 2.5 hours when it was originally supposed to be 90 minutes. Helm Hammerhand, the central character in this story, is essentially reduced to a guest star, and Helm's big moment where he goes outside the Hornburg and starts slaughtering Wolf's men by himself is relegated to just a few minutes and you don't even actually see him doing it. But at least to something much worse.
Dude, that could have been so rad. Like, that could have been so cool. I have to tell you, just hearing Gary explain kind of what that's about makes it sound really exciting. In the film, I was thinking, like, honestly, it was like a footnote. It didn't even fully sink into me how freaking awesome that storyline would be if it were properly told.
That we'll get to. Now, War of the Rohirrim had plenty of time to flesh out named characters in the appendices like Helm's sons, Haleth and Hama. Unfortunately, that would take away time from the completely made up by Warner Brothers characters. Is this starting to sound familiar? And unfortunately, they're both relegated to not even guest star status, barely side character status, whose deaths are canonical. Unfortunately, they're framed in a way where they're essentially fridged for Hera. To be fair to War of the Rohirrim, they did flesh out 2 named characters from the appendices. There's Freyolf, Hera's cousin, who gets banished, which does not happen canonically, so his story can mirror Eomer's. Then there's Wolf, who apparently isn't just out for vengeance for his father Freka, he's also upset because his one love since childhood, Hera, put him in the friend zone.
And you become a complete non-sexual entity in her eyes, like her brother or a lamp.
Amazon isn't the only company that can create insufferable characters in Tolkien's work that take away screen time from actual characters that were written about. This includes the completely original Olwen, who is a middle-aged shield maiden.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, Olwen. That's her name. Olwen, a middle-aged shield maiden. Oh my god, look at the scowl on this bird's face. That is a perfect symbol of what she is this whole film. She is absolutely this old hen. This fucking hen that's going around hen pecking everyone in the movie. She's like a lady from The View. she's like, do this, do that. I've got a plan. Shut the fuck up. I hate this chick.
Looks like she smokes a bag of pipe weed a day and can take on any dude, including General Targ and Wolf, without getting a scratch. She's also the mentor to our main character, Hera. Now, the only explanation we get as to why Hera doesn't show up in the appendices or none of her tales are told in Middle-earth is in the opening narration by Miranda Otto, who plays Eowyn in Lord of the Rings, where she says, "Don't look for tales for her in the old songs. There are none." And
now, I will tell you this. That is the little line that's meant to let them off the hook for writing a bunch of bullshit fan fiction. But here's the problem. What actually happens, spoilers for War of the Rohirrim, what actually happens at the end of the film is she single-handedly, this is so fucking ridiculous, she single-handedly stops the entire army by riding out and challenging Wolf to one-on-one combat. Single combat. And she beats him. Like twice. She beats him. She has a little help. She has a little help from the old hen who rides out, helps her a little bit. But basically, she beats Wolf twice. She humiliates him. She emasculates him. He then admits to her that I always knew you'd be my doom. Oh, my God. But here's the problem. She literally is the reason that Rohan was saved. It is not possible that she would be unmentioned in such histories. It's not possible. Now, she might be downplayed, there might be counter narratives, whatever, but like, listen, we all know about Joan of Arc. Everyone has heard of Joan of Arc, right? So you can't argue to me that if a woman ever does something successful, the patriarchy will never let her story be told. Quite the contrary. Joan of Arc was an extraordinary event in history. That was a rare... And so, of course, we know about Joan of Arc. This babe would have been the Joan of Arc of Rohan. She would have been, based on the events of this movie. So the fact that they say you will not find her in the tales is incoherent. That is incompatible with the story that the film tells.
Considering what she achieves in this film, I don't even know how that's possible. I guess the only rational explanation is the patriarchy. The only debate is really going to be, is she a Mary Sue or a girl boss or both? I report, you decide. Now, there might be some people out there who don't think Hera is a girl boss and or Mary Sue, and to that I say... Here are just some of Hera's accomplishments in War of the Rohirrim, and you're going to have to forgive me. I'm going off the top of my head because I'm not going to watch this again. And it also goes without mentioning that she comes with every Mary Sue-ism, including but not limited to, she's an accomplished climber, she's an accomplished sword fighter, she's the fastest rider, she's headstrong, a brilliant strategist, and everyone likes her. Hera's the first to discover a south...
Everyone likes her. Everyone likes her, including the villain. The villain... In fact, if anything, the reason the villain is literally on a self-destructive path of a war, leading a war of annihilation that is deeply nihilistic and pointless, the entire impetus for all of that is how much he loves this babe. She's fucking Mary Sue, man. Oh my God, she is the most Mary Sue. You know what? I would have to say, I have to put her up against Korra from Rebel Moon, the Scar Giver, the Scar Giver, the Scar Giver. Korra of Rebel Moon. Dude, it's close. It's close. These two characters, definitely, I'd love to put them in a room. You know? Put them in a bottle, shake it, see what happens. I don't know who's the biggest girl boss. I don't know if it's Korra or if it's Hera. It might be Korra because she shaved her head, but it might also be Hera because she is likable, or everyone thinks she's likable. Everyone likes her. She's the best at everything, and she loves her father, even though her father's wrong about everything, and she disapproves of everything her father wants to do. I don't know. I don't know who's the worst girl boss.
In Rohan and in Oliphant, that Hera is able to kill when Freyalov tries to save her, but she ends up saving him. After being kidnapped and spurning once again the hopeless simp Wolf, Hera is saved by the middle-aged shield maiden Olwyn, who fights off Wolf and General Targ, and then Hera saves herself by jumping off a 30-foot wall.
Patriarchy.
Listen, I know it's anime, but the Rohirrim aren't elves. Hera warned Helm not to go to battle with Wolf, and wouldn't you know, she's the one who discovers that Lord Thorn is going to betray him, and he is indeed walking into a trap. Anyway, while Helm and his sons now look like complete idiots, Hera is able to safely evacuate Edoras and kill the traitorous Lord Thorn with the help of her horse. During the attack on Edoras, Hera...
Oh my God, that scene is so awful. It's so bad. So she gets cornered by this traitor, right? And he's kind of kicking her ass a little bit, but she's holding her own. Her horsey, her horsey shows up and starts helping her in the fight. And this dumbass, the horse kicks him in the head, and he's fine. And then he's got her on the ropes a little bit. The horse is still there, but the guy just forgets the horse is there, and the horse kicks him again. It's so bad.
Hera is able to kill her second Oliphant. Now her brother Holith kills an Oliphant too, but then he gets killed celebrating, stupid male.
That's true, Skunks. Captain Marvel's a pretty intolerable girl boss. I'm going off of like who's the worst of 2024, I guess I should say. I guess I should say that. But I don't know. I kind of tend to think, yeah, Captain Marvel's probably worse than these two babes. That would be Korra of Rebel Moon, Scar Giver, and Hera.
Hera warns Hama, her other brother, that his horse is too slow and it could possibly get him killed, and guess what? He doesn't listen to her and it gets him killed. Hera girl bosses some lords and councilmen at the Hornburg, the same lords and councilmen that don't bother picking up a sword throughout this entire thing while they're protected by Hera. Now, instead of seeing the...
Dude, that was one of the worst parts of the film. She walks into this council and it's just a bunch of craven, pathetic, cowardly little nameless characters. All these, oh, what are we gonna do? Oh, all is lost. And she goes, it's like, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. It's like, oh, fuck off. Skunk's Workshop. Yes. Anthony Timmons says Agatha Harkness is just insufferable. Yes. I mean, look, there's a lot to choose from. Let's face it. There are a lot to choose from.
Actual best part of the story, Helm killing men with his bare hands in the long winter, we see him face off against a couple of orcs and a troll who are collecting rings from the dead. For Sauron, no, not that Sauron, this Sauron. Helm shows up to save Hera, and then Hera saves him by killing the troll. And this leads to Helm...
I forgot. Yeah, she does. I love it. I love it. She just kills everything. She's a one-woman wrecking ball.
Death, which ends up being a sacrifice for his daughter. And it's reasonable to say that any father would do that for his daughter, and you'd be right, but that's not why they did it in this movie. In the books, it was the combination of the fear of Helm's wraith after his murderous rampage and the long winter that bought them time until winter broke, and then Gondor and Freyolf arrived to break the siege. In War of the Rohirrim, Helm's death is simply there to clear a path for our hero, Hera.
Rohan still needs you.
No, Hera. They need you.
What the actual did you just say to me right now?
And she's got a plan. Hera climbs an ice cliff that totally doesn't remind us of the Rings of Power. She talks to the eagles, who of course come in later and save the day.
Oh, I forgot about this. Yes. Okay. So one of her hobbies is riding out with meat and tempting these giant eagles to eat. It's literally like if you had a bunch of like chum in your hands underwater and we're trying to feed great white sharks, you know. It's like oh, I want to pet the great white. I want to pet it. I want to pet the great white. You know what I mean? And it's like, so she wants to pet the eagles. Now, the problem is, this is 200 years before the events of Lord of the Rings. Nobody knows that the eagles are well, they kind of suspect it. There's like rumors that they are, but nobody knows for sure that they're intelligent. And everyone in Rohan considers them dangerous animals. Now, I don't know about you, chat, but eagles in their current form are a terrifying apex predator. They are an apex predator. If it moves and they have the capacity to kill it, they kill it, okay? They will carry off small dogs. Eagles are very vicious, savage, and effective predators. If there was an eagle this size, like so large that to them we are like mice, hell no. Like, hell no. She doesn't know that they're intelligent. She thinks they are, because of course she does. She's smarter than everyone else in Rohan. So of course she's kind of caught on that they're intelligent. But she doesn't know that for a fact. And she rides out with a big lamb shank and she feeds them so she can pet them. Later, in the middle of the film, when she needs to eat, that's why she's climbing the ice cliff. She climbs up to the nest. She climbs up to the nest of a giant fucking eagle with its babies right there. Oh yeah, that's like climbing into a den with a mother grizzly bear and her cubs. It's like climbing into the den and being like, hey, this is fucking literally what happens in the movie. I know you can understand human language. We need your help. End of scene. That's the end of the scene. And then the next thing that happens is the eagles show up and save everybody. They help her. That's it. No arguments, no persuasion, no intermediate scene establishing why the eagles might help her. I was actually kind of expecting the eagle to speak and be like, why are you following me? Leave us alone. And there would be a conversation or something. I kind of expected that. No, nothing. She just literally climbs into the mother eagle's den and says, hey, we need your help. And the eagle's like, okay, cool. So fucking stupid. This movie's trash. This movie's fucking garbage. I cannot believe how much I hated it. I cannot believe it. I did not expect I was going to hate this movie this much. I'm sitting in this theater and I'm like, I want to fucking leave. It's so bad.
She sets up a trap for Wolf and then defeats him and kills him in one-on-one combat.
You think I am afraid of you?
You should be.
And I didn't
It's so, God, as bad as that scene sounds, it's worse, chat. I'm telling you, it is worse. She's standing in front of this whole army and she's full-blown girl boss. So listen, if you don't know, okay, which if you haven't seen it, you don't know. So this dress that she's wearing here, this is very important because in the film, in Helm's Deep, down in like the cellar, she discovers that there is a dress. It's a bride's gown. It is the gown of a bride who on her wedding night died of a fever. So it's this tragic tale, and it's a cursed bridal gown, okay? And this old crone who is sort of a caretaker of Helm's Deep, she warns Hera that this gown is death. And you can't wear it. Like, don't ever wear it because it's cursed, because the bride who last wore it died of a fever. Well, then, at the end of the film, when she's about to ride into battle and challenge Wolf to single combat in front of his entire army, this is what she chooses to wear. She chooses to wear the bridal gown. Now, remember, chat, she has stated multiple times in the film she does not want to be married. She does not want to be married to no man, and she don't need no man, and she don't want no man, okay? Well, she rides out in this bridal gown, and he says, oh, you're wearing a bridal gown. Oh, who are you going to marry? And she's like, and I'm expecting the most cringe answer possible. I'm expecting her to once again repeat, I marry no man, I don't want no man, whatever the line is. I'm expecting that or something like it. What she actually says is even worse. It's even worse. She says, I am the bride of death. Oh my God. It's so bad. Oh God, this is the most girl boss thing I've seen since Rebel Moon the Scargiver.
And I didn't get to everything, but it's pretty clear that Hera is solely responsible for saving all of Rohan, but that doesn't make the annals of history. And it turns out all of this...
Oh, I love this comment. I gotta highlight this comment. Where is my chat, Mr. Producer? Here it is. Anthony Tibbetts saying, I actually got within 10 feet of a live eagle, and I got the distinct impression that it was trying to figure out how to carry me off to feed me to its babies. Exactly. Exactly. You know, the eagle may be thinking about it. The eagle may be thinking like, yeah, that looks a little too big for me. But the point is it's thinking about it. Okay. That's how apex predators are. An apex predator sees a human and it's thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, could I? And if there's even a chance that it could, it might attempt it. But at the end of the day, the eagle's like, I'll catch the easier one, right? That's my point, right? Like, we are mice to the eagles in Lord of the Rings. Like, you are not fucking with those. Yes, Anthony. They are scary animals, and they should be.
Could have been avoided if men listened to Hera. Hera told Wolf not to ask for her hand in marriage, but he didn't listen. Hera told Hama that his horse was too slow and it could get him killed, but he didn't listen. Hera told Helm not to take on Wolf, but he wouldn't listen. Now, some of you might be thinking, is this a little bit of hyperbole? Helm literally apologizes for not listening to Hera. Man, it's almost like this is a creatively bankrupt cash grab infused with intersectional feminism to maintain some rights. Now, canonically, it's Helm's nephew, Freyalof, who kills Wolf, who is eventually crowned king of...
Wow. I didn't even know that. They literally steal this entire story from a male character. Now, I can understand watching a girl boss and being like, oh, I still liked it anyway. Oh, that was a good movie, whatever, if it were an original tale. But the fact that anyone who calls themselves a Lord of the Rings fan and is saying anything even mildly good about this. I'm speaking of Lord of the Rings. Self-described Lord of the Rings fans is who I'm speaking of. If you are a self-described fan of the books, the films, the original Tolkien canon, and you have a good word to say about this movie, you're hashtag fake fan. Hashtag fake fan. Because they stole this entire plot line from the actual character that Tolkien wrote. The problem is not strong female characters. This is the problem. This is the problem.
Rohan, but it wouldn't be a Mary Sue story if we didn't have the guy who Hera stole the valor from telling her she should be queen. But she doesn't want to wear a crown because she doesn't need no man and she doesn't want no kids. And now we know why she's left out of the Rohirrim annals of history. She's a lesbian.
She is not a lesbian.
I mean, the only real hint I have is she states quite loudly she doesn't want to marry any man. And in the end, Hera takes off with her middle-aged female friend, Olwen, on a steed named U-Haul.
All I know is that I can play.
Aside from the iconography from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, there are some member berries like the Cribine from Dunlin, the Watcher in the Water that's hanging around in Rohan for some reason. Saruman does show up with the voice.
Oh, yeah, that's another great one, right? So this is how she takes out an Oliphant, right? She goes and finds a Watcher in the Water. This is in Rohan. Just hanging out in a river in Rohan. This thing is a nightmare. It eats an entire Oliphant, and it's like this giant Cthulhu-like, godlike beast. And she's the only one who knew about it. Apparently, it was just a legend, and nobody else knew about it, because then when the dude walks up after that, I forget his name, because who cares? He walks up, and he just basically says, oh, wow. He's like, I've heard legends of these things. It's great to see that they're real. What? How are these things not eating the farmers in Rohan? How are these things not killing? These things would be a scourge. If you were the king of Rohan, you'd be on a warpath to wipe these things out if they were hanging out in all your rivers. It doesn't make any sense.
Voice of the late, great Christopher Lee saying 3 words. Of course, Hera and her middle-aged friend Olwen are on their way to go see Gandalf to talk about some rangs. And thus ends our Mary Sue story. Now, is Hera as insufferable as Galadriel? Not even close. She actually likes her brothers and her father. She's just devoid of any personality or character, and her only character arc is fixing all the men's problems and then breaking the shackles of the patriarchy and riding off with her female friend. And it turns out the big dick measuring contest between Amazon and Warner Brothers is ultimately a strap-on measuring contest to see who could bugger Tolkien's lore faster and harder. And it's a shame. Warner Brothers really had a chance to get a one-up on Amazon, and they ended up just doing the same thing. Some will say the War of the Rohirrim Girlboss too close to the sun. I will say the War of the Rohirrim committed Mary suicide.
Nerdrotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
Hat tip, Nerdrotic, awesome video. Mr. Producer, if you would. That about sums it up. So yeah, War of the Rohirrim. Let's see, out of 10 bars on the epaulets, I'm gonna give it like a 2. A 2. I would never watch this film again. Under any circumstances. It has absolutely nothing to offer whatsoever. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. Yeah, there's like one cool scene where Helm does some stuff. Who cares? Like, who cares? It ain't worth that 2 hours. I'll tell you something. I sat through 2 hours and 40 minutes of Wicked. Okay? And I wasn't getting antsy to leave the theater. I could not stand sitting through this movie. That would be Rohirrim. It was torture. It was torture sitting through this movie. It's so boring. It's so slow. It's so basic. I so don't care. I don't care. They're like, oh, we have to save Rohan. I don't care. Thank you, chat, for making me watch this. Thanks for putting me through this. I thought you were sparing me. I really did. I thought you were giving me like a way out. I was like, I'm not going to have to watch Craven. What else we got in the stack of stuff? We're going to talk about Interstellar. Don't you worry, chat. We're also going to talk about Star Wars Machete Order. But first, I had some stuff in the stack of stuff that I wanted to go over. It's just a question of the order. Oh, yes, I have news for Starfury, okay? Hat tip, Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, a man of such rage, of such unremitting anger, as to be unbelievable. Share screen. I'm not even going to tell it. I'm not even going to set it up. Just roll tape.
Ever since the news of a Warhammer 40K project involving Henry Cavill was announced at Prime Video for Amazon, people have been, one, excited, and two, very worried because some of the things going on behind the scenes, it felt like it might fall apart. And of course, with the woke infestation in nearly every level of entertainment, whether it's gaming, whether it's television, whether it's movies, whether it's tabletop, it's everywhere at this point. And Warhammer's been affected as well. People were worried about this show. Well, now we can officially say it's moving forward at Amazon, and Henry Cavill will be very, very involved. The Warhammer 40K live action series is officially in development at Prime Video. Henry Cavill is set to star and produce the series, and he kind of made this big announcement over on...
There you have it, chat. There it is. It's official. Henry Cavill set to produce and star. Applause. Applause for Mr. Cavill. He's going to produce it, so it sounds like he's going to have a lot of power. We might actually get good Warhammer 40K. I'm very excited for this. Stormcrow in the chat is asking me, just curious, who drew that alien? I want to make some aliens of my own, and I need some visuals. That would be Telthona, Telthona, a deviant on DeviantArt. You can find her on DeviantArt. And I just reached out to her. She had actually already drawn that image, and I liked it. And it wasn't quite the original image, and I reached out and I licensed it. I said, I'd like to license the use of this, and drew up a little contract. And she even, like, made the character... It was originally a fantasy character, and she made the character look a little more alien for me, which I appreciated. So it was awesome. So, yeah, Telthona. That's the name of the artist.
His Instagram there. And... when it comes to Warhammer 40K,
I don't know if she's doing commissions. Like, again, that was not a commission. That was art that I licensed from the artist, which is, by the way, that's a good strategy if you're an independent creative and you find art that you like. If you can get in touch with the original artist and make a deal with them, it's a really good way to get at it sometimes.
I wish I was into it. I wish I was a massive fan. I'm not going to sit here and say I am. I love someday to get into all the lore and all the different books, everything behind Warhammer 40K. It's so massive. But the people that are fans of it are very much big, huge, hardcore fans of it. They want this done right, and they want it done by someone who will do it the right way. Henry Cavill is that guy. Henry Cavill is someone who has loved Warhammer for a very long time. He's talked about it often, even if he gets called a nerd, even if he gets called this or that, he's extremely passionate about it, and he wants to do it the right way. We've seen Henry Cavill want things done the right way, like on The Witcher show that he was part of, where they didn't do it the right way, and it ended up as a total and complete disaster, and he basically got forced out because of all the things they were doing contrary to the lore. Well, now he's actually in control for this project. To celebrate some Warhammer news, I decided to make a pilgrimage to the very first place I bought Warhammer models over 30 years ago, the little shop on my home island of Jersey.
So this is the exact Henry Cavill quote, folks. This is awesome.
My incredible team and I, along with the brilliant minds at Games Workshop, have been working away in concept rooms, breaking down approaches to the enormity and magnificence of the Warhammer world. Together, we've been sifting through the plethora of incredible characters and poring over old tomes and texts. Our combined efforts have led us to a fantastic place to start our universe, which has been agreed upon by those on high, both at Amazon and Games Workshop. That starting place shall, for now, remain a secret. Watch this space, though. More to come in time.
Holy shit, that's exciting. That is very exciting. I've got to be honest with you. Dude, I've said it before. Henry Cavill is a stone cold professional. Like, he is a professional. He has a professional mindset. He has an audience first attitude. He is a servant of the lore. This is a man who is seeking to deliver on the promise of the premise. You mark my words. He wants the promise of the premise signed, sealed, delivered. I love this. I love everything about this. I mean, this is what you'd want to hear about Star Wars. This is what you'd want to hear about Star Trek. This is great. Sifting through the world, landing on the right character, the right starting point for the universe. This is exciting. This is absolutely excellent news. Anthony Timmons saying, "In Henry we trust." Skunk's Workshop saying, "That cannot fail." This right here is going to get me to start buying all kinds of Warhammer shit. Well, I mean, ideally, that's the idea, right? Like, that's the idea. The Star Wars sequel trilogy should have been getting people to buy shit.
If there's a man that can do it right, it's Henry Cavill. And we've seen Henry Cavill have massive roles. We've seen him in movies that ended up being kind of big disappointments for what people thought they would be. We've seen him in roles we were very excited for, that he gives incredible performances for, like The Witcher. And then obviously things like that go off the rails. I think that this is an indication that Henry Cavill wants to do things that he's passionate about, and hopefully that he can have more control of. And hopefully that is this project. People want to gatekeep.
No, Star Fury. You can't mean that. Star Fury says it's too late for me. What do you mean too late for you, Star Fury? This is what we want. We want, like, good creatives to give us good... Warhammer's not been destroyed yet, has it? Oh, yes, they were fucking with the Custodians a little bit. That's true. Yeah, there is some woke shit creeping into Games Workshop, but there's not been a TV series or a movie, so at least to my knowledge, that's messed it up. Correct me if I'm wrong here, sir. Come now, Star Fury. What we need is optimism.
Their fandoms. Henry Cavill is part of that fandom and has been for over 3 decades. Hopefully, he'll do justice with this Warhammer 40K live-action series.
Oh, okay, Star Fury. Thank you. I appreciate it. That sounds more like our Star Fury. He says, I mean, they already have all my money. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, that's a Warhammer fan. I know you're a Warhammer fan. Dude, if you are a Warhammer collector fan, you don't have money. Like, you don't have any. Because I cannot even... I can think of all the things I've spent money on in my life. You know, seminars and workshops, you know, medical bills, buying a car. Like, computers, consoles, video games. I could name all the things I've spent money on, ranging from absolutely essential to completely waste of money. I have never spent more terrifying, just staggering sums of money on anything the way I've spent on Warhammer. Like when I have spent money on Warhammer, I've always been, it is the most appalling expenditure you will ever have. Because you will drop $500 on like 10 model miniatures. like 500. Oh my God, I just spent $500 on 10 model miniatures and it's not even a complete squad. But I'm so happy still. I'm so happy that I have my 5 Grail Knights and my Green Knight. I have my Green... I'm speaking of Warhammer Fantasy here. I'm a fantasy guy, but which is a dead franchise now, but whatever. I've got my 5 Grail Knights and I've got my 1 Green Knight, and it only cost me $478. and then you'll come back the next day, the next time you have a paycheck, you'll come into the store, you know, and you'll just drop $1,000. You'll drop $1,000. You know what I mean? I think we can kill this video, Mr. Get the video, if you please. Yeah, we're done with that. Thank you. Dude, it's the worst, man. Star Fury says, I spent 70 pounds on 4 models today. 70 pounds sterling on like 4 guys. Nothing will shock an accountant. No, your accountant will turn white if he sees Warhammer expenditures. It's the most appalling expenditure. It just is. So yeah, I know that you are skunks. Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? Warhammer is a sickness. As a collector, it's like, dude, I think about Gary collecting all of those mint condition action figures on his wall. I think about, Yellow Flash and his long boxes of comics. I'm telling you right now, there is no collector in the world that spends more money than a Warhammer collector. There just isn't, folks. Because you may think, oh, well, that's just the models. No, it's not just the models. It's not just the models. It's all of the paints that all of the special tools to paint all of them. It's the scenery and the sets. It's all of the little it's all the books, all the war books that you have to buy with it. It's all the expansion sets. It's the dice. It's everything. You just spend money on everything with Warhammer. It's insane. And somehow they will always find a way of tempting you with just one more. It's always just one more. You could have the most complete, amazing, awesome army, and then next month they're like introducing our new Griffin rider. And you're like, fuck, I've got to buy a Griffin. I have to buy a Griffin. I can't have an army without a Griffin. It would be insanity. It would be suicide. It would be suicide. I must have a Griffin for my king to ride on. And also I need that king. I need the king. And then it's even worse. Because you can buy, like let's say in my Grail Knights analogy, you buy the Grail Knights, right? What's a better example? I used to collect Bretonnians, they're sort of like Arthurian knights is kind of what they are. So they're like the Knights of Camelot or whatever. Analogous. So I'm collecting these Bretonnian miniatures, right? And you could get questing knights, okay? And your questing knights could be armed with a couple of different weapons. You could arm your questing knights with great weapons, which was a valuable tactical move because great weapons, although they lower your armor, they can inflict like +2 damage. So they're very effective against monsters and tougher targets. Okay, great. I'm going to equip my questing knights with great weapons, but you could also equip them with a sword and shield, which gives them +1 armor and makes them more sturdy in combat. And in some situations, that's better. But the technical rules of Warhammer, you don't have to observe them in a home environment necessarily, but the technical rules of Warhammer is the model must appear to match the upgrades you've given them. So in other words, if I design an army with questing knights that have great weapons, I need questing knight models with great weapons. If I then want to field the same questing knights, but with the sword and shield, well, I have to I have to buy a whole nother packet of questing knights and then design them with the sword and shield so that I have both. And I just drop like thousands of dollars on this stuff. It's obscene. It's absolute obscenity. I mean, honestly, I think the fastest way to go broke if you were a multimillionaire is to become a Warhammer hobbyist. I feel like if I won the lottery, like the Powerball, and I just won like $200 million, they say that most lottery winners are broke within like a few years. I feel like I could manage that money very, very well. Unless I spent it on Warhammer. I'm dead serious about this. I could buy a mansion, a yacht. I could set up trust funds. I could send a bunch of my friends and family to college. Whatever. I could spend it on all this stuff, and I think I could keep most of it. But if I decided I was going to build the ultimate Warhammer army, I'd be broke inside of a year. My accountant would be like, "I'm sorry to inform you, sir, but you are broke." Where did all the money go? It appears that you built Warhammer armies that were 100% complete with every model in the game. Well, that shouldn't make me broke. I mean, $10,000 could mostly achieve that. Well, yes, sir, but you insisted upon having it be a 1-to-1 ratio, and you reenacted one of the largest battles in the universe. And I calculate that to have been a sum of $127,000.47 for that army. Okay, well, I won $200 million. How can I be broke? Well, you built that same army for every single faction, and you built 10 for every faction. Sir, you wouldn't be broke if you hadn't built 10,000 perfect armies, each with a different tactical variation. Oh, did I? Did I do that? Yes, sir, you did. Damn. And I only need one more perfect army for this to be the perfect Warhammer collection. That's how it would be. Listen, I got to play the lottery again because I was one perfect army away from the perfect Warhammer collection. It's a complete disaster. Yes, Star Fury. Of course you need those extra knights. And then Star Fury says, but you would die buried in plastic. Happy. Yes, exactly. And well, it used to be pewter, but they don't use pewter anymore. Fun times. Let's talk about Interstellar, shall we? So I saw one absolute trash fire of a movie that I hated. And then I watched the re-release of Interstellar. I want to see how this is doing. Interstellar box office. So if you don't know, Interstellar is a film, a Christopher Nolan film, the greatest of all Christopher Nolan films from 2014. This is the 10th anniversary of this film. It is, in my view, one of the top 10 films of all time. It's one of my favorite films of all time. It's one of the best experiences I've ever had in a theater. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe it. It was like such a great journey. Is it perfect? No. It's got a couple silly things from a science fiction perspective in it. But it's damn near perfect, I would say. Is it exactly the film I thought it was going to be? Not exactly, but I didn't care because the story it actually told was kind of more interesting than what I sort of thought it was going to be. So I just think it's, you know what it is? It's a spectacle film. It's what films used to be. Films used to be about showing you something you could not see anywhere else. It was a film it's about films that transport you to another time and place. And, you know, the word that kept circulating in my mind as I was rewatching this film in IMAX was immersion. Total immersion. You get totally lost in the story when you're watching a film that's this well made. And I got to tell you, the audience, I went to an IMAX theater. I drove a long way to see it. And I'm going to tell you, that theater was packed. Packed. I had to sit next to a stranger, and I hate that. I avoid that at all costs. Like skim milk, avoid. But I made an exception. The captain will allow it. People clapped at the end of the film. I heard a guy. So there's a scene in the film where Matthew McConaughey's character of Cooper, who is the pilot on this mission, he is falling into a black hole, which is one of the most stunning set pieces in film history, in my view. And he's falling into a black hole, and literally there's a guy in the audience. I hear him say, "Hell no." It's like, yes. Dude, immersion, man. People were so into it. They were just like, hell no. I know, this is terrifying. That's how it should be. It's space. It's the cosmos. It's vast beyond imagining, and that's what this film successfully created. There's a lot more reasons why this film is so brilliant. But anyway, so it's a magnificent film. They've re-released it in IMAX to celebrate its anniversary. Star Fury, yes, you're ahead of me, Star Fury, and rightfully so. Interstellar box office topped the charts. Let me grab this real quick. Box office 2024. I just want to see where it's at right now. This from Forbes. $14 million box office in a limited IMAX re-release. I mean, holy shit, man. Good God. You know, I understand having ads on a news website. I really do. But do you want the ads to be so bad that you can't even read your article? Like, that's what I don't understand. Quote, Warner Brother Discovery's 10th anniversary re-release of Christopher Nolan's Oscar-winning sci-fi blockbuster Interstellar helped colonize theaters with big turnout and $14 million at the weekend box office. That includes an equally impressive $4.6 million domestic and boosts the film's total box office to $720 million. Oh, I love this subheadline. Interstellar gives audiences what they want. In a year proving that the traditional studio approaches are outdated and don't guarantee attendance, even for usually reliable franchises, Interstellar is an example of a film that delivers the goods on the promise of it. Who is writing this? I love this writer. Who's this writer? Mark Hughes? He's speaking my language, man. He is totally speaking my language. I wasn't even planning to read this. This is from Forbes. He says it's an example of a film that delivers what I always talk about, the promise of its premise. And it rewards audiences with a premium theatrical experience. Interstellar is filmmaking that not only deserves, but in fact demands the best viewing possible, which is why it over formats, as well as using every inch of space on and God, he is so right about this. He is so right about this. Close quote for a second. There are shots in this film. Am I on the right screen, Mr. Producer? Well, anyway, might as well leave it where it was now because I'm talking. I would never be this mean. I would never be this mean to an employee. But you are a paid intern and you're learning lessons. Now, so where was I? I totally derailed myself. Oh yes, every inch of space. Okay, so this film, like the way that the Endurance, which is the Starship, the Swords and Starships channel, please like and subscribe. That's what we like here. Starships. The Endurance is sort of gliding through the cosmos in total awe-inspiring silence. And you see it sort of gliding past Saturn, which, my God, it's such a gorgeous shot. But you just see it kind of on like the lower corner of the screen. And the whole screen is filled with Saturn and its rings. It's breathtaking. And I love how your eyes in this film love to just sort of wander from one part of the screen to the other. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So he's dead on right about this. Open quote. It has only improved with age, and after a decade, it still holds up against anything made today, visually and structurally and cinematically. Totally agree. That re-release box office is already impressive enough, but the $4.6 million domestic weekend gross was in just 165 theaters, making it an even bigger success than it might first seem. Which begs the question. If theaters are seeing a downturn in attendance on other screens, doesn't it make sense to expand Interstellar's footprint when there's obviously high demand? Yeah, I totally agree. They should extend the release. Let me see if I can grab another article on this. Let's grab Box Office Mojo. It's at like, okay, yeah, so we're at 21 million worldwide. $21 million worldwide for a limited release of a movie that's 10 years old in IMAX. If you have any chance to see this in IMAX, I highly recommend it. Now, unfortunately, I went to an IMAX theater where I think the sound was not right. The sound was too treble, and there was too much of it in front, not enough surround sound or subwoofer. I was really disappointed with that. The film is so damn good that it doesn't matter because it was still so damn good, but I was not, visually amazing. Visually amazing. Hans Zimmer's score, this is his best film score. Like, this is his absolute best ever film score in this movie. It's haunting. Dude, I love how a major motif of the film is time. This is Nolan's #1 stylistic motif, time. Nolan loves playing with time. And this movie is no exception. And so there's a lot of amazing set pieces where there's a ticking clock, and the music incorporates the ticking clock, not just because that's what it is, what's going on in terms of the storytelling, but because the whole concept of the film is relativity and time passing at different speeds for different characters in the film. And so there's this underpinning of a clock ticking, right, within the film score, and it's just so freaking brilliant. This film has in it my favorite ever film set piece, which is it's the soundtrack. It's called No Time for Caution. It's the moment when Cooper, basically the Endurance has, due to an explosion, a explosive decompression, the Endurance, which is the only hope for humanity, is spinning out of control and it's going to crash. And the only way to get it back under control is for Cooper to dock with this spinning ship, which is spinning at super high speeds. He has to match its spin and pull off this crazy high wire act of piloting that as the AI robot tells him, it's not possible. And he has the best line ever, which is, "No, it's necessary." And then he does it. He's like, "No, it's necessary." I wish I could do Matthew McConaughey's voice. I can't. It's just amazing. It's just, it's such a great scene. And the tension has just gotten to such a fever pitch. The audience was just in total suspense the whole time. It was awesome. Okay. What am I looking for, Mr. Producer? Give me, let me pull that for a second. I think I want to just do the trailer. Give me the teaser, Mr. Producer. I love this teaser. I was so excited when I saw this. Hopefully I don't get hit for the soundtrack. Share screen.
We've always defined ourselves by the ability to overcome the impossible. And we count these moments.
The first ever to fly faster than the speed of sound.
These moments when we dared to aim higher, to break barriers, to reach for the stars.
76, you are go.
To make the unknown known. We count these moments as our proudest achievements.
Having fired the imagination of a generation.
But we've lost all that.
Pulls into port for the last time.
Or perhaps we've just forgotten that we are still pioneers, that we've barely begun, and that our greatest accomplishments cannot be behind us, because our destiny lies above us.
Dude, that is unbelievable. I get chills. And I had it on the wrong view, damn it. Damn it! I gotta do this. I'm sorry for making you look at my ugly mug that entire trailer, but you know, it is what it is. Now, there's a couple of things about that trailer that, like, dude, I was so all in when I saw that teaser. I was like, oh my God, when is this movie coming out? I need it. I need it. I was so excited. I was so excited. There's a couple of things about this film that are really, really important. One of those things is, so it is essentially a dying Earth story. And it portrays a world, basically a fallen world. So the setup to the film is that all of the crops on Earth are being consumed and destroyed. All of the farm crops on the planet are being consumed and destroyed by this infestation, this plant. I don't know if it's a parasite or what, but it's basically a plant disease called blight. The blight is a unique organism that feeds, it has evolved apparently in the recent past, and it feeds on nitrogen, which is what most of our atmosphere is made of. And so the more of it there is, the more of it there is, right? And it's taking over all the plant life, and it's changing the very composition of our atmosphere. In a way, it's terraforming our planet into something that's uninhabitable. And where the film picks up, Matthew McConaughey is a retired NASA pilot, one of the best, who now is a farmer like everyone else, and he's farming the only crop that will grow on the planet now, which is corn. No other crop will grow. And so a massive starvation crisis has resulted in the Earth has become depopulated. The governments have become shadows of their former selves. Everyone lives in a kind of Great Depression kind of dust bowl. And what's really notable about all this is any other filmmaker, I think, would have portrayed, The Road, right? The Walking Dead, Fallout. The idea would have been a post-apocalyptic hellscape 28 days later. The idea would have been a fallen world and people, Mad Max, people are eating each other. There's biker gangs taking over everything, and we live in a dystopian hellscape. What's notable about this film is that while it is clear that life is hard in this new world and there's not much hope, and there's definitely humanity is dying and it's on the ropes, there's a sense in the film that while there was strife and there were problems in the past, people have kind of figured out a way to basically keep going and and mostly people work together and keep society kind of on life support. It's clear that we can't go on like this, but the idea is that, like, it's not a Mad Max hellscape. People are still trying to solve problems. People are still trying to, build some kind of life in this wreckage. It's an optimistic idea. Like the whole motif of the film, the entire main theme of the film is that we have the capacity to do the impossible. We have the ability to exceed our limitations. And no matter how dark or dismal or hopeless a situation might seem, if we'll just believe in ourselves and believe in each other, we can overcome those trials and we can do magnificent things that exceed our wildest imagination. That's what this film is about all the way through. And from the first time I saw it right up until now, I have always been really kind of stunned by that optimistic portrayal of what is otherwise what should be a very bleak story. And yet it winds up being an extraordinarily optimistic tale about how humanity rises above the worst crisis we've ever faced. Our own home world is dying under our feet. And there are many who just have already given up or want to give up, but there are a brave few that are willing to, as Michael Caine's brilliant character of Professor Brandt puts it, get out there and save their children. Get out there and save the planet. It's amazing. And the quest in the film, by the way, in the Blake Snyder Save the Cat beat sheet, what is this film? Why? It is a Golden Fleece story. And it's, quite frankly, one of the best Golden Fleece stories of all time. Like, it's just one of the best ever. This is an adventure across time and space. This is an adventure that explores the far limits of our solar system. It explores wormholes, black holes, alien worlds, literally multiple dimensions across time and space. And at the core of all of it is the heart and soul of this tale is the love this man has for his family. It's about a man who has to leave his family to save them. And he makes a promise that he will come back. He will come back from the stars. And a lot of the film is concerned with whether or not he will ever be able to keep this promise. And I got to tell you that by the time you get to the end of this film, you are so like you have felt every emotion by the end of this film. You felt all of it, the entire range of human emotion. You have gone to the very limits of what's possible for you to imagine. Literally, this film portrays, in some cases, what I honestly think no other filmmaker could have pulled off. He flat out portrays things that I would have said are better left to the imagination. Somehow, Christopher Nolan pulls it off in this film. And it flows naturally from the narrative and character-driven tale, right? Now, I heard someone on Geeks and Gamers Daily, someone in the chat said, Interstellar sucks. Love is not the fifth dimension. And I thought that was pretty funny. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is. It is the fifth dimension. Not literally, but that's not what the film is saying. But the basic idea of the film is that love is a force that transcends time and space. That it literally can communicate across time and space. That's essentially the thematic proposition of the film. And I think it's brilliant. It gives this film a heart and soul that balances the hard science fiction aspects of it. The speculative science fiction aspects of it are balanced with this very deep human story, like Godzilla -1, quite frankly, which is another example of this delicate balance working beautifully. So I loved it. It was every bit as breathtaking as it's ever been. I mean, it's just such a staggeringly awesome film. I'm watching it. I've seen it before, but I'm still so enthralled and engaged. Just, you get to the end of it and you're just emotionally drained, but just in the best way, because you've just been on this. You know, it's so funny because I watched the opening moments of this film and it starts on a farm in a cornfield. And even after having seen it multiple times, I still cannot believe where this film is about to go. Like, I literally am thinking, how do we get from a cornfield to where we get by the end of this film? How do we get there? I still can't even believe it. Every time I see the movie, I cannot believe we start in this cornfield and we wind up going on this crazy adventure through time and space. Like, you can't even believe. The audience is always, I always can sense the awe in my fellow audience goers whenever I see this film. It was so worth it to see it again. I loved every moment of it, and it reminded me of what's missing in so much modern stories. It's immersion, right? Why do we say that, you know, beauty and originality and verisimilitude, why are those things important in storytelling? Well, they're important because they're what immerse you in the story. You just get lost in it. You're not even thinking about your life or what's going on outside the theater. All that exists is this world. And this is what films are meant to do. This is what films, when they're done right, do. They transport you to another time and place that you just can't get anywhere else. They're just, it's just magnificent. So I love seeing Interstellar is a 10 out of 10 film. 10 out of 10 film, one of the best films ever made, Christopher Nolan's finest film. I don't know if he'll ever beat it, quite frankly. I think that this was an achievement that might be his magnum opus. We'll see. He's got a lot more films in him, but this was just a tremendous cinematic achievement, and it's kind of, it's old school, man. It's old school film. Like, this is what film used to be. It used to be something where by the end of it, you just can't even believe the journey you went on. And that's what he stated his intention for it was, and he succeeded. One of the premier filmmakers of our time, Christopher Nolan. Absolutely. A captain's salute. Christopher Nolan and Interstellar. Godspeed. Where is my chat? Star Fury says, I always get VIP seating at the cinema, more likely to ensure you don't get the dregs of humanity's sitting nest. I love how you said you accidentally typed sitting nest to me, which made me think you were saying nesting beside me. And I for some reason, that's a funny way to say it. I like that. Redoubt Production says the soundtrack to Interstellar is the peak of Hans Zimmer's discography. Discography. Is it discography? Redoubt Productions, a historical man. I cannot pronounce this. Discography. A descriptive catalog of musical recordings, particularly those of a particular performer or consumer. Well, thank you. Thank you, Redoubt Productions. An excellent use of that word. I will enjoy it. I will enjoy that word in future. By the way, folks, do you know we are at the 99th episode of the Captain's Cast? 99 episodes. Do you know what that means, chat? The next time we convene, 1 week from today, it will be the 100th episode of the Captain's Cast here on the Swords of Starships channel. So I'm going to try and put together something a little special for you. So we will see. If you have any favorite time codes of the Captain, which I know that's a big ask, but if you just happen to have any clips or anything of the Captain that are your favorites, send them to me in the Discord. And maybe we'll see if we can't do something a little special with them. Okay, other news. So I know a lot of people this time of year, Christmas is the most wonderful time of the year. Yes, that's right. The Captain is a Christmas man. Always have been, always will be. It's my favorite time of the year. It's my favorite holiday. I love Christmas. And I will tell you something. I think a lot of people have the wrong attitude about Christmas. They think, Christmas, why is Christmas so stressful? Why am I always running around like a chicken with my head cut off? Why does my family suck? Therefore, Christmas sucks, and I don't like Christmas. Well, you're looking at it the wrong way. To paraphrase John F. Kennedy, the late great president of the United States of America, ask not what your Christmas can do for you, but rather ask what you can do for your Christmas. That's the point of Christmas. Christmas is what you make it. So make it amazing for someone. Don't think of it as your opportunity to make someone else have a happy, wonderful, relaxing time. Now, to be fair, a lot of people won't allow this. Like, I've literally tried to make life easier for someone stressing out on Christmas, and they won't let you. People, it's a weird thing. People want to stress out on Christmas. They just want to. And if that's the way they are, there's nothing you can do about it. But if you can see a little opportunity to make someone's day a little brighter, you just do that on Christmas, you know? No other time of year. The rest of the time of the year, screw them. But on Christmas, no, I'm kidding. Of course you're nice to people every time of the year, but in Christmas, you just go the extra mile. So this is my challenge. If you feel yourself getting a little down on Christmas for any reason, okay, think to yourself, who can I make this holiday season a little brighter for? Who is someone I could do something nice for, or say something nice, or just make their life a little happier around Christmas? And see if you can make it what you want Christmas to be for someone else. Just see what happens. Now, there is one pervasive problem with Christmas I do dislike, and that is some people don't have anyone to share it with for whatever reason, you know. Could just be circumstances being what they are. People don't happen to have someone to share it with a particular year. If that's you, make sure you are on the Swords and Starships Discord. Make sure you're here on this channel, because I don't want anyone to be alone on Christmas. We are a fellowship. We take care of each other. I want to make your Christmas happier. Now, I know, to wit, many YouTubers like to do the Lord of the Rings trilogy on Christmas. And, well, they should. That's an excellent choice, and I respect it. I'm going to do something a little different this year, because a couple of years ago, okay, I was introducing a younger cousin. I was introducing to the Gen Zer, introducing him to the Star Wars saga. That would be the The original 6, the prequels and the trilogy. But by the way, this is before Last Jedi came out, by the way. So it's actually been more than a few years. It's been quite a few years, actually. This is before The Last Jedi came out, right? It was just after Force Awakens, but before Last Jedi. And that was back when Star Wars was still an awesome, awesome brand, and everything about it was great. And my cousin had never seen it before, not all the way through. He probably knew about it. When he was little, he saw the prequels, but he didn't really remember them. And I said, okay, well, then I want to use you as a guinea pig, and I want to run a scientific experiment on you for science. And the scientific experiment is I'm going to show you all of the Star Wars films in not chronological order, because that is not correct, nor am I going to show them to you in release order, because that is also not correct. I'm going to show them to you in machete order. And we're going to run this experiment and see how it goes. Now, I'm going to explain to you what machete order is in just a moment, but before I do, I just have to tell you, we watched all these films, and he had a profound spiritual experience. And from then on, he was basically like, we got to do this every year. Now, life gets busy, and we haven't had a chance to do it every year. As a matter of fact, we haven't done it any successive years, but we're doing it this year. So we're going to go through all the Star Wars films in machete order. We're starting on Tuesday night. And then we're going to watch roughly a film a night going forward, right? I have set up a special channel in the Discord to discuss. So join us so we're going to watch A New Hope. Then we're modifying it a little. We're going to throw in Rogue One because we both really like Rogue One. So we're going to do Rogue One after A New Hope. And then we're going to continue the machete order apace. Now, what is machete order, you ask? Well, let me find for you the original article. I did have it, and I closed the tab, damn it. Star Wars. The name of the guy who created it, I believe, what was his name? Rod something? It was, coined by Rod Hilton in November of 2011. Okay, and this is the original blog post. Okay, here we go. I'm going to share a screen. Anthony Timmons says, I loved Hans Zimmer's Dark Knight work. Oh, me too. I think his Dune scores are incredible. If it weren't Interstellar, I would say the Dune soundtrack is his best work ever, but, like, he has so many. Star Fury says, bah fucking humbug. Star Fury. Star Fury! I convinced you on Godzilla -1 that Shkishkima should live and that that's the proper ending to the story. And I'm going to convince you on Christmas. I won't rest until I melt your cold, dead heart. I'm going to do that for you. No thanks is necessary, Star Fury. I'm going to do that for you. 3 ghosts are going to visit you, Star Fury. All right, now here we go. Mr. Producer, hang on. I'm tangled up in my cord here. So I know that there's a squeaking sound. It's because my chair rubs against the desk, I promise. There's nothing naughty happening. All right, now, share screen. All right, so this is a blog post by, back when blogs were a thing, by Rod Hilton. And he says, the Star Wars saga introducing machete order. God, this is so old. This article is so old that it's still got a white background. Can you believe that? Only psychopaths have white backgrounds on their websites now. It's like, that he's grandfathered because it was so long ago. But nowadays, if this is the design of your website, psychopath, bro. Hang on, let me do this. Dark Reader, turn on. See if this helps. Come on, Dark Reader, on. There it is. Okay, I think that helped. Okay, cool. Thank you, Dark Reader extension. Okay, let me get the correct view. All right, we're doing it live. Brace yourselves. What follows is a disturbingly long post about the best order in which to watch Star Wars. By the way, chat, Sailors, Starnauts, if you disagree or agree or whatever, enter your thoughts in the chat. We will have vehement debates on this, if you wish. I'm telling you right now, I read this post as a hostile audience, right? I'm like, no, this sounds like bullshit to me. I smell shite, as the Critical Drinker videos would have it. But I'm going to tell you something. I read this blog post, and it totally convinced me. Totally convinced me. Quote, first, let me say this. For people that couldn't care less about the prequel trilogy, remember, this blog post was written in 2011, I suggest Harmy's despecialized editions. They are 720p videos that are the result of Harmy from the original trilogy forums, painstakingly reconstructing the theatrical releases of all three films, utilizing a wide variety of video sources, as well as custom mats. Downloading, burning, labeling, and printing cases for these films is one of the neckbeardiest things I've done, aside from writing this blog post, and I'm extremely glad I did it. If the, quote, proper order for Star Wars for you is the original trilogy and nothing else, stop reading now and go find the despecialized editions. Update. Since writing this original post, Star Wars has been made available. Yeah, we'll skip that part. So with that out of the way, what you can do if you do wish to involve what can you do if you do want to involve the prequel trilogy? Maybe you don't want to mess around with the fan edits or the Pirate Bay and you just want to watch the official Blu-rays with your kids. Maybe you've accepted that the original theatrical editions are no longer considered canon, and you're a nerd that cares about things like that. And we are here on the Swords and Starships channel. Hell, maybe you actually like the prequels. Seriously? I do. I do like the prequels. Whatever your reason, if you are showing someone the official editions of Star Wars for the first time, you have to make a decision about which order to watch the films. Release order versus episode order or chronological order. There are two obvious options for watching the Star Wars saga. Option 1, release order. Watch the films in the order they came out, recreating your experience with the films for someone new to them. Option 2, episode order. Watch the films in the order George Lucas intends, starting with episode 1 and going straight through to episode 6. There are two critical flaws with both of these orders, unfortunately, that prevent either from being appropriate. The problem with episode order is that it ruins one of the biggest twists in movie history. If you think that this reveal doesn't matter since it's common knowledge, I suggest you watch the looks on these kids' faces. If a newcomer to the series, so yes, so quick detour. If this video is still available, it's not available anymore. But basically, it was a viral video of like kids getting the reveal of Luke, I am your father for the first time. Oh crap, did I kill it? Hang on a second. Make the man come back, Mr. Producer. Yeah, so it was just a viral video of these kids seeing the reveal of Luke, I am your father for the first time, and it's just wonderful. It'll just melt your heart. Even Star Fury would sob. He would just sob watching this beautiful video of these kids experiencing that twist for the first time. Share screen. Star Fury says, unless the Christmas ghost has more plastic for my pile of shame, I don't want to know. Not your choice, Star Fury. Not your choice. The ghosts of Christmas, past, present, and future will visit you. And they will teach you the meaning of Christmas. And as Rachel Zegler would say, they will teach you the meaning of kindness and fairness. And you will like it. We will show you our peace through force. Now, back to the blog post. Is this the one I want? This is not the one I want. There it is. Share this tab. Sorry, chat. Delay of game. Okay, so the problem... Okay, if a newcomer to the series has managed to avoid having it spoiled for them, that would be Luke, I am your father. Watching the films in episode order would be like watching the ending of The Sixth Sense first. The other problem with episode order is that the prequels don't really have a story. They're just background for the real story, which is Luke and his friends trying to defeat the Empire. Watching 3 films of backstory is boring. If you've never seen the films they're the background to. Hell, that's why George Lucas made Star Wars, later renamed A New Hope, first. It was the most interesting story he had in his brain at the time. Starting someone off with episode 1 is a surefire way to ensure they don't make it through the entire franchise. Unfortunately, release order also suffers from a problem created by a single shot. If you're watching the official releases and you view the original trilogy first, then at the end of episode 6, Luke looks over at his mentors, Ben Kenobi and Yoda, and suddenly they are joined by some random creepy-looking teenager who needs a haircut, playing Hayden Christensen in the ending of Jedi, since he is not in any of the other films, turns an ending that should be celebratory into one that is confusing for the viewer. The fact that Christensen looks like he's undressing someone with his eyes doesn't help. This moment robs the most important moment from the ending of Return of the Jedi from its emotional impact. So neither order is really ideal what to do. Introducing Machete Order. How can you ensure that a viewing keeps the twist a surprise while introducing young Anakin before the end of Return of the Jedi? Simple. Watch them in this order. Episode 4, 5, 2, 3, and 4. You may notice episode 1 is gone. I'll get to that in a second. So here's the order, right? You watch A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, then you go back in time and watch episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith, and you finish with episode 6, Return of the Jedi. We're throwing in Rogue One just for fun. Rogue One did not exist when Machete Order was introduced. But in any case, open quote, I've dubbed this Machete Order on the off chance it catches on because I'm a vain asshole. Update, it did. Please note that from this point on, I'll be mentioning... Yeah, we got that. Spoilers for Star Wars. George Lucas seems to believe that Star Wars is the story of Anakin Skywalker, but it's really not. I really agree with him on this. At least not effectively. Anakin doesn't have an interesting arc. He gives into... Well, okay, I don't agree with how he phrases that. Well, yes and no. He's an interesting character, but he doesn't have an interesting arc. He gives into what is presented as overwhelming temptation. This is relatable, but it's not terribly interesting. Anakin only has an engaging character turn at the end of Jedi when he's redeemed, but that's not as a character, it's as a goal. Something for the character we've been invested in for 3 movies, Luke, to accomplish. Anakin is, at this point in the story, a personified proxy for the entire galaxy. Saving Anakin from the dark side just puts a human face on saving the galaxy from the Empire. And it proves Luke right for his unwillingness to give up on his father, even though his attempts to save him risk the entire mission. Effectively, this order keeps the story Luke's tail. Just when our main man Luke is left with the burning question, did my father really become Darth Vader? We take an extended flashback to explain that it is true. Once we understand how his father turned to the dark side, we go back to the main storyline and see how Luke is able to rescue him from it and salvage the good in him, which is the only way to destroy the Empire. Putting the prequels in the middle, in general, which a commenter has pointed out is called Ernst Rister order, allows the series to end on the sensible ending point, the destruction of the Empire, while still beginning with Luke's journey. The prequel backstory comes at the perfect time, because The Empire Strikes Back ends on a huge cliffhanger. Han is in carbonite, Vader is Luke's father, and the Empire has hit the rebellion hard. Delaying the resolution of this cliffhanger makes it all the more satisfying when Return of the Jedi is watched. Close quote for a second. Can we just take a moment to celebrate it, how awesome it is that we got our trilogy? That is, in real life with the Orange Man. A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the MAGA King. It happened, folks. I can't believe how happy that makes me. Open quote, narratively, the Orange Man reigns, long may he. Open quote, narratively, it's just like a movie that starts with a big opening, then fades to 2 years earlier for most of the movie, until it catches up with the present time and concludes. Why, you may ask, skip episode 1, The Phantom Menace? Look, I'm not going to sit here and bag on how crappy episode 1 is. I'm not even going to try and act like episode 2 is better or tell you episode 1 ruined my childhood or anything like that. It didn't. It's just a movie that's not any good, or that isn't very good. That's Rod Hilton here. That's his opinion, not mine. Quote, the reason to skip episode 1 isn't that it's bad, it's that it's irrelevant. If you accept my suggestion that Star Wars, the saga, is really about Luke's journey and his decision to accept his hero's burden by saving not only the galaxy from the Empire, but his father from the dark side as well, then you'll find that everything that happens in Episode 1 is actually a distraction from that story. Seriously, think about it for a minute. Name as many things as you can that happen in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and actually help flesh out the story in any subsequent episode. I can only think of one thing, which I'll mention later. Every character established in Episode 1 is either killed or removed before it ends. Darth Maul, Qui-Gon, Chancellor Valorum. Unimportant, Newt Gunray, Watto, or established better in a later episode, Mace Windu and Darth Sidious. Does it ever matter that Palpatine had an apprentice before Count Dooku? No. Darth Maul is killed by the end of Episode 1 and never referenced again. You may as well just start with the assumption that Dooku was the only apprentice. Does it ever matter that Obi-Wan was being trained by Qui-Gon? Nope. Obi-Wan is well into training Anakin at the start of Episode 2. Qui-Gon is completely irrelevant. Now, again, close quote for a second. Again, this is Rod Hilton's opinion, not necessarily mine. I do agree with him from a storytelling perspective, but that doesn't mean I don't like the character of Qui-Gon, and I do. I love the character of Qui-Gon, as played by Liam Neeson. But he is correct about the relevance question of Qui-Gon. So, and again, I love Darth Maul. Love Darth Maul. Again, he's correct about this, though. He's sort of irrelevant to the larger Luke Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker storyline. Open quote. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. Episode 1 doesn't matter at all. You can start the prequels with Episode 2 and miss absolutely nothing. The opening crawl of Episode 2 establishes everything you need to know about the prequels. A bunch of systems want to leave the Republic and they are led by Count Dooku, and Senator Amidala is a senator who's going to vote on whether the Republic is going to create an army. Natalie Portman is called Senator Amidala twice in the first 4 minutes of the movie, so there's no question of who's who. What gets removed? Here's some stuff that you no longer have to have as part of your Star Wars viewing experience thanks to skipping Episode 1. In no particular order, virtually no Jar Jar. Jar Jar has about 5 lines in Episode 2 and 0 in Episode 3. No midichlorians. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, the captain approves of this one. Resume quote. No midichlorians. There is only one reference to midichlorians after Episode 1, and it's in the context that appears to mean something as benign as DNA. No Jake Lloyd. Sorry, Jake. I never really wanted to see Darth Vader as a little boy. No confusing Padme Queen switcheroo. The whole subplot with Padme and her decoy makes absolutely no sense. It's clear that this was just so people could interact with Padme without knowing she was the queen, but it's incredibly convoluted and pointless. Less confusing master-apprentice relationships. Darth Sidious is training Count Dooku, Obi-Wan is training Anakin. No other trainer-trainee relationships exist to confuse the backstory. Fewer characters to learn about, so the story is more focused. No virgin birth. We simply don't know or care who Anakin's father is, and the botched implication that Palpatine knows is gone. But like I said, booting Episode 1 isn't merely about pretending a crappy movie doesn't exist. Viewing Episode 2 immediately after 5 and Episode 3 immediately before 6 actually tells the story better than including Episode 1 does. In fact, I think it tells Luke's story better than leaving the prequels out entirely. Close quote for a second. I don't totally agree with all these bullet points. I think he's being harder on the prequels than is necessary. I could have done without the virgin birth. I could have done without the midichlorians. I do recognize that a lot of prequel, let's call them prequel babies, people that grew up on the prequels, they like the significance of Anakin's midichlorian conception, and that adds nuance to it. And there's fans that enjoy that. I have no particular issue with that. I think this guy is not like a massive prequel fan. He likes them, but he has his issues with them. I would say I'm in that category, but I think he's being a little too hard on him. But I do agree, though, that I like there's no midichlorians in this order. I do really like that. We never needed that. The Force is a spiritual energy. It is a almost religious energy. It does not require a scientific explanation. I'm good with that. Open quote, why does this work better? As I mentioned, this creates a lot of tension. after the cliffhanger ending of Episode 5. It also uses the original trilogy as a framing device for the prequel trilogy. Vader drops this huge bomb that he's Luke's father, and then we spend 2 movies proving he's telling the truth. Then we see how it gets resolved. When Empire first came out, lots of people thought Vader was lying to Luke. It wasn't, quote, proven true until Obi-Wan confirms it in Jedi, but then it's immediately followed by Obi-Wan's a certain point of view justification. Inserting the prequels turns this reveal into a show don't tell. With Machete Order, the Star Wars watching experience gets to start with the first film, and that does the best job of establishing the Star Wars universe, Episode 4, and it ends with the most satisfying ending, Episode 6. It also starts the series with the 2 strongest films and allows you to never have to either start or end your viewing experience with a shitty movie. Two films of Luke's story, 2 films of Anakin's story, and then a single film that intertwines and ends both stories. Beyond this, Episode 1 establishes Anakin as an innocent little kid, but Episode 2 quickly establishes him as an impulsive and power-hungry, which keeps his character consistent with eventually becoming Darth Vader. Close quote for just a second. I actually don't like that. I'm not saying I like seeing Anakin as an innocent kid, but I don't like that he's so obviously going to go to the dark side right from the beginning. I never liked that. I always felt that was the wrong note. To me, the proper vision of the story is that Luke and Anakin started out on similar paths, but they just went different ways. And that's always the way I saw it. So, resume quote. Anakin is never a carefree child yelling, yippee! He's a complex teenager nearly boiling over with rage in almost every scene. It makes much more sense for Anakin to have always been this way. In the opening of Episode 2, Padme refers to Anakin as, quote, that little boy I knew on Tatooine. The 2 of them look approximately the same age in Episode 2, so the viewer can naturally conclude that the 2 of them were friends as children. This completely hides the totally weird age gap between them from Episode 1 and lends a lot of believability to the subsequent romance. Scenes in which they fall for each other seem to build on a childhood friendship that we never see but can assume is there. Since their relationship is the eventual reason for Anakin's fall to the dark side, having it be somewhat believable makes a big difference. Obi-Wan now always has a beard for the entire duration of the series, and Anakin Skywalker always wears black. Since these 2 characters are played by different actors and are the only characters in the series with such a distinction, having them look visually consistent does a great deal toward reinforcing they are the same people. Update, Den of Geek has also written an article highlighting some more things that work better in Machete Order that I didn't mention. I particularly like the extra dimension it gives Yoda. What a twist! This order also preserves all twists and adds a new one, or rather makes one more effective. As mentioned, this order preserves the surprise that Darth Vader is Luke's father. For what it's worth, it also preserves the surprise that Yoda, the Jedi Master who trained Obi-Wan, is the tiny green guy on Dagobah. Both of these were surprises for the moviegoers at the time, and though it's somewhat unlikely that culture and cereal boxes and whatnot wouldn't ruin these surprises for someone, at the very least they aren't ruined by Machete Order. George Lucas knew that watching the films in episode order would remove the Vader and Yoda surprises, so he added the Palpatine twist to compensate, that the friendly Senator Palpatine is actually a Sith Lord and creates the Empire. Since we don't really meet the Emperor until Episode 6, you only see him for one scene in a hologram in 5, this order preserves the prequel's twist. The twist is actually ruined by Episode 1, which establishes that Darth Sidious is manipulating the Trade Federation in the opening scene of the film, but he's on screen so much that it's pretty obvious Sidious is Palpatine when we see Palpatine later on. If you skip Episode 1 and go straight to 2, all we ever see is that Count Dooku is leading a separatist movement all on his own. Dooku tells Obi-Wan that the Senate is under the control of a Sith Lord named Darth Sidious, who we haven't met or seen at all yet. At the end of the movie, after Dooku flees from Geonosis, he meets his, quote, master, who turns out to be Darth Sidious. This is the first time we realize that the separatist movement is actually being controlled by Sidious, and it's so brief that it doesn't give the audience as much of a chance to realize he's Palpatine. Remember, Nobody has ever referred to Emperor Palpatine by this point in the series. He's only called the Emperor in Episode 5. Below is the entirety of Sidious's screen time in Episode 2. With Machete Order, this is the only chance you have to realize that this is Chancellor Palpatine and he's behind everything and until he tries to recruit Anakin to the dark side in Episode 3. Personally, I think it's still a bit of a giveaway given Ian McDiarmid's creepy acting as Palpatine plus the cleft chin, but at least kids have a chance to not realize it. Machete Order also keeps the fact that Luke and Leia are siblings a surprise. It simply moves the surprise to Episode 3 instead of 6 when Padme announces her daughter's name. This is actually a more effective twist in this context than when Obi-Wan just tells Luke in Return of the Jedi. We get to find out before Luke, and we discover Padme's carrying twins alongside Obi-Wan when the Gynobot, what the fuck? Close quote for a sec. Gynobot? Is that what it's called? That's something I wish I didn't know. Open quote. Close quote for a second. So this is a really great point, right? So one of the reasons why Machete Order is such an effective order to watch the story in is it preserves the surprise that Luke and Leia are twins. Because if you watch the prequels first, it exposes that. You immediately know that Padme was their mother, Anakin was Luke's father, and Luke and Leia were twins. And you now know this going into Episode 4, which is definitely going to be awkward when Luke is crushing on Leia. So this is a brilliant observation about why watching Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith after Empire but before Return of the Jedi is so effective. Open quote. With Release Order, this twist happens when Yoda tells Luke there's another Skywalker in Return of the Jedi, and Luke guesses it's Leia with Obi-Wan's ghost one scene later. With Episode Order, it's not a surprise at all, as we have no idea who Luke and Leia are yet. As an added bonus, there are now 5 hours of film between the discovery that they are siblings and the time they kissed, which is a big bonus. What do you think, chat? Starfury says, I'd tell the kids the twist before the movie started. Starfury says, I would tell the kids the twist before the movie started to make them cry. That's so fucked up. How could you, Starfury? How could you? Morbius of Altair 4 says, I find myself agreeing with this as much as I don't want to. Right? Right? Now, Morbius of Altair 4, were you formerly Morbius of Krell? Morbius of Krell. I just like saying it that way, Morbius. I just do. If you're Morbius, if you were formerly, nothing wrong with changing your name. If you were formerly Morbius of Krell, just know that I enjoy saying Krell, and I'm going to miss saying that. But I'm totally fine with saying Morbius of Altair 4. How can I say it with more dramatic flow? Morbius of Altair 4. Morbius of Altair 4. No, maybe the Marlon Brando. Morbius of Altair 4. I'll work on it. I'll kick it around. Anyway, but yeah, I agree with you, Morbius. Like, this is so accurate. I find myself agreeing with this as much as I don't want to. That's exactly how I felt when I read this 10 years ago. I read this like 10 years ago, and I was like, no, this doesn't make sense. I don't like this. Machete Order, that sounds dumb. I read this thing, and I was like, holy shit, he's right about all of it. I mean, well, with the exception of he's a little harsher on the prequels than I would be, but generally, I agree. I agree. In terms of story structure, well, here's the problem. In terms of story structure, Lucas kind of ruined it by creating the episode order because it spoils all these surprises. On the other hand, watching it in the original release order doesn't make sense either because things are so chopped up and it adds these things you don't need. It's brilliant. It really is brilliant. Skunk's Workshop says, I think I'm down. And I'm telling you. So when I showed this to my cousin, he had never seen the saga all the way through. And so he was a fresh audience. I was able to like expose him to Star Wars with this is the exact order we did. Episode 4, 5, 2, 3, and then 6. And I'll tell you more about that story later, but like he had a profound experience. and really loved it. So I'm telling you, it works. It worked. Why does it work so well? It works so well because really Star Wars, the original 6 films, the original Star Wars saga, the Skywalker saga, is Luke's story. It is Luke's story. Luke is the man that goes on the ultimate Golden Fleece adventure. And yes, he has Han and Leia and all the other characters and Anakin's fall and Obi-Wan. They're all important. But it is Luke's story that is the principal through line of the entire narrative. So by viewing episode 2 and 3 as backstory to Luke's adventure, it is profound. Here's what I will tell you. This is the way to get the most emotional impact out of the original 6 films. Bar none. Like, this is the way. You did not just hear me say that. That's the way. This is the way to get the most emotional impact from the story, because we see Luke on the path and we interrupt that story to then see another young man, his father, on the path, and we see him fall. We see him fall to darkness. It's a Shakespearean Greek style tragedy. That's Anakin's story. It's a Greek tragedy. It's Macbeth. It's Icarus. He flew too close to the sun and he fell. That's Anakin's story. It's a terrible, tragic story. And by juxtaposing that story with Luke's story, in the midst of Luke's story, well, it serves as a cautionary tale for Luke, because Luke is also on the path that Anakin was on. Because of that, it makes Luke's redemption of Vader so much more powerful. It makes the tragedy of Anakin's fall so much more haunting. It makes the optimism of the first couple of movies and the threat of the Empire so much more overwhelming. It makes the looming menace and the terror and the tyranny of Palpatine and his menace of the Skywalker family for so many years, it makes him every bit just the most nightmarish baddie that's got to go. He's got to go. It makes the menace factor of the Emperor absolute maximum. This is the most emotionally profound way to watch Star Wars, and the proof is in the pudding, because that's exactly the kind of emotionally profound experience that my cousin had when he watched it. Redoubt Productions says, honestly, I'm mixed on the Machete Order. I understand what it's trying to do, but it comes across as yet another method of overcomplicating a story that should not be complicated. Respectfully, Redoubt, and you know how much I respect a historical man, I respectfully disagree. I think that it actually decomplicates it, because what makes it complicated is stuff like midichlorians, seeing Darth Vader as a little boy, the kind of mishmash of thematic elements if you watch them in different orders. Like, I think that it decomplicates it because it refocuses the story as Luke's story with Anakin's fall as the backstory, as the setup to Luke's ultimate triumph. So I actually think it decomplicates it personally. Skunk's Workshop says, it feels right, but I showed my son Release Order because that's how I watch them. But where I am a Yoda fan, my son is straight up a Darth Vader fan. Honestly, if you are a Darth Vader fan, Machete Order is the best order. It's the best order because it makes Anakin's fall that much more poignant, and it makes Vader's redemption that much more surprising. See, that's the key. My cousin, one of the most interesting things he said was that he was really surprised that Luke was able to redeem Vader. Like, he was very surprised by that. He wasn't expecting it. And it was a very pleasant surprise. And I think that's because he saw Anakin's fall. He saw, I hate you! I hate you! He saw that whole thing. And it made it so much more powerful that he came back. You know what I mean? Redoubt Production. He saw Order 66. He saw the horror of all that. And then he saw justice restored. Redoubt says, last 5 minutes are all Phantom is good for. There's important plot points in Attack of the Clones, but I always find it the weakest. And then there's Revenge, the only prequel worth the time. I love Revenge of the Sith. I absolutely love it. You know what? I sort of got talked into hating Attack of the Clones after the fact, but I've changed my mind. I liked it when it came out. I'll take that back. I loved Attack of the Clones when I saw it in theaters. Loved it. Yes, I cannot understand the stupid Sifo Dyas plot. I don't get it. I will never make heads or tails of it. I think you may have observed I'm pretty good most of the time at analyzing story structure. I have no fucking clue what that Sifo Dyas clone plot was. I don't know. I've read wikis on it. I've watched the Clone Wars episodes that explain it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. It's stupid. And sand, it gets everywhere. It's annoying. Still, I love Attack of the Clones. But I was sort of talked into retroactively hating it for a while, and now I'm back to saying, no, I love Attack of the Clones. I do. I really like it. And I like Phantom Menace pretty much for the Darth Maul fight. That's pretty much what I like that for. Redoubt says, then again, my dad introduced Star Wars chronologically, coming off the heels of the prequels, and that probably hurt my chances of being a devoted fan. I forget how young you are, Redoubt. You're a Gen Zer. You're like my cousin's age. So, like, you're kind of new to it in the same way he was. One thing what's in the Discord? I heard the Discord pop off. Grandmaster says, on second thought, as I said before, I watch very little movies now. I will change my vote to neither. Well, you're too late, Grandmaster. You're too late. I'm gonna maybe he doesn't know we're live on the Captain's Cast. Join us, Grandmaster. So anyway, yeah, he's saying I should see. He says I vote neither Craven nor Rohirrim. I'm telling him right now. I watched Rohirrim and reviewed. It was bad. Worse than skim milk. Worse. Yeah, there you go. That'll explain it. Now, you know, I am a giant fan of Breaking Bad. Vince Gilligan's magnificent, the best TV series ever made, Breaking Bad. Giant fan. Now, there is a companion series, a prequel series called Better Call Saul, which is almost, I mean, it's a 10 out of 10. Breaking Bad's a 10 out of 10. Better Call Saul, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Breaking Bad is still the slightly superior series, in my view. But what I will say about Better Call Saul is I often get asked the question, should you watch it? Should you watch it chronologically? Should you watch Better Call Saul and then Breaking Bad? I say no. I say no. In fact, I think the best way to view Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul is a kind of machete order. Here's how I would recommend it. If you've never seen, or you're showing to someone who's never seen Breaking Bad and or Better Call Saul, here is the correct order. Are you ready for this? You watch all of Breaking Bad up to season 4. At the end of season 4 of Breaking Bad, you stop. Then you watch all of Better Call Saul up to season 5, I believe. You stop at season 5, okay? Then you go back and watch the final season of Breaking Bad. Then you go and watch the final season of Better Call Saul. I'm telling you right now, it is the pinnacle viewing experience of the story. But if you're asking me strictly, no, I'm just going to watch the whole series, which order? Well, then you need to watch it in release order, which is Breaking Bad, then Better Call Saul. Because if you watch Better Call Saul first, there's a lot of intense, dramatic things you're going to see that you're not going to understand the intensity of. You're going to see things that clearly, if you saw Breaking Bad, you know the significance of it, but you won't know in Better Call Saul. And I don't think it's a value add. And Better Call Saul will spoil the ending of Breaking Bad and several other things in Breaking Bad. So I think the proper viewing experience is Breaking Bad first. However, the final season of Better Call Saul serves as a brilliant epilogue to Breaking Bad. The final season of Saul, excellent epilogue. So that's why I suggest a machete order, because before you watch the final season of Breaking Bad, watch Better Call Saul up to the final season of Better Call Saul. Then you watch the final, just one of the finest seasons of television ever made, the final season of Breaking Bad. Just incredible. I routinely just watch that final Breaking Bad season over and over on a freaking loop because I love it so much. Then Then you go and watch the final season of Better Call Saul, and you've got this magnificent epilogue to those incredible events. It's awesome. It's super awesome. So that is my way of saying Machete Order is it makes sense when you're dealing with prequels. It really does. Redoubt, this is the way. Now listen. The first 2 seasons of Mandalorian, I was fine with the this is the way thing. I thought it was cool. Oh, this is the way. This is the way, man. When I felt like we were hinting at a deep cultural context and lore, but then in Mando season 3, when literally the only culture and lore that you get with the Mandalorians is the way and the mythosaur, then I was annoyed. Then I was annoyed by it. Redoubt says, that's okay. None of us understand the plot fully. Honestly, my favorite parts of Attack of the Clones are Anakin and Padme's cringe romance lines. They've aged like salty wine. I agree with you. I love that. You know what? I loved that cheesy romance in Attack of the Clones. You know why? Because I was a similar age to Hayden Christensen at that time, and Padme was hot. And I was like, that's what I'd be saying if I were him. Redoubt says, no takes backsies. Anthony Timmons says, y'all enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm out. Well, thank you, Anthony. Thanks for joining us. Permission to disembark granted, sir. And there he goes. Thanks for joining. All right, back to this article. We're going to finish it out. Open quote. What works best? The real value of Machete Order becomes clear when you watch Return of the Jedi. Remember, we see in episode 5 that Luke's vision in the cave on Dagobah is that he turns into Darth Vader. Then we find out Vader is his father. Then we watch episodes 2 and 3 in which his father turns to the dark side in order to protect his loved ones. After that, we go back to 6, where eventually Luke confronts the Emperor with Machete Order. We never saw Anakin as a little kid. He's about the same age as the first time we see him as he's about the same age as Luke in the first one. Hayden Christensen's incessant whining in episode 2 is actually less annoying now because it's helping to link the character to Luke, who was just as whiny in episode 4. In other words, because we skipped episode 1, the parallels between Luke and Anakin are much stronger. We've seen Obi-Wan train just the 2 of them and never had to see anyone training Obi-Wan himself. The viewer is naturally linking the paths of these 2 characters together at this point, more so than if he or she watched episode 1. The first time we see Luke in Return of the Jedi, he is entering Jabba's palace, and the musical cue sounds a bit like the Imperial March. The way he enters with the light behind him makes it unclear if he is Luke or Vader for a bit. And when we finally see him, he's wearing all black. Then he force chokes Jabba's guards, something that only Vader has done in the series. Nobody else sees him do this. So you can see on the screen the gif of him choking the guards in the black, dressed all in black. Return of the Jedi. When he confronts Jabba, he warns him that he's taking his friends back. He says Jabba can either profit from this or be destroyed. We just heard Anakin make a similar threat to Obi-Wan. Don't make me destroy you. Furthermore, he tells Jabba not to underestimate my power. The last time this phrase was used, it was in the same duel with Obi-Wan. When watching Jedi on its own, Luke just seems a tad arrogant during these scenes. When watching Jedi immediately after watching Revenge of the Sith, the message is clear. Luke Skywalker is on the path to the dark side. Why does this matter? Because at the end of Jedi, Luke confronts the Emperor. The Emperor explains that the assault on the new Death Star is a trap and that his friends are going to die. And he keeps taunting Luke, telling him to grab his lightsaber and fight him. The film is trying to create a tension that Luke might embrace the dark side, but it was never really believable. However, within the context of him following in his father's footsteps and his father using the power of the dark side to save people, with Luke's friends being killed just outside the Death Star window, this is much more believable. Shortly after, Luke goes bananas and beats the hell out of Vader, clearly succumbing to his anger. He overpowers Vader with his rage and cuts his arm off, just like Anakin did to Windu in Episode 3. Having the very real threat of Luke following in his father's path made clear by watching 2 and 3 just before 6 heightens the tension of this scene and makes it much more satisfying when Luke refuses to follow in his father's footsteps and rejects the dark side. This makes Return of the Jedi a better, more effective film. What doesn't work better? Machete Order is not perfect. There are a few tiny issues that arise watching the films in this order. The Camino sequence is a little confusing, since the cloners seem to have been expecting Kenobi. It leads the viewer to wonder if Episode 1 showed him creating the clone army or something. Hilariously, Episode 1 doesn't actually explain anything or make the scene less misleading, but the fact that the viewer knows a movie got skipped amplifies the confusion. Qui-Gon is mentioned once in Episode 2 and once in Episode 3. Luckily, both times he is mentioned, his relationship to the characters is restated, so it works. Dooku explains that Obi-Wan's old master Qui-Gon was once Dooku's apprentice, and then in Episode 3, Yoda tells Obi-Wan that Qui-Gon has learned to communicate after death. It's all right, just a little weird. Episodes 2 and 3 both talk about Anakin being part of a prophecy, which is never really explained because it was explained in Episode 1. This is unfortunate, but on the plus side, it's the last time it's mentioned in Episode 3. Yoda says it may have been misinterpreted. Frankly, I consider the removal of most of the prophecy stuff one of Machete Order's strengths. And there's no denying, I agree, and there's no denying it brought up quite a bit in Episode 3. The weakest part of this order is when Anakin returns to Tatooine. We don't know his mother is a slave, and we don't know he rebuilt C-3PO. When he has visions of, that is, built C-3PO. When he has visions of his mother dying and returns, Watto says he sold her. That's not something you expect to hear about a Jedi's mother, so it's a bit jarring. When Anakin goes to the Lars moisture farm, 3PO calls him the Maker, and they act like they know each other, but it's not stated. That's kind of weird. So there you go. All right, I'm going to leave it there. A really brilliant article by Rod Hilton, and I think this is honestly just an awesome, awesome way to watch the series. Mr. Producer, if you would. Hat tip Rod Hilton for the Machete Order, which has kind of gone viral, and he's totally been forgotten. Which, it is what it is. But yeah, so my cousin watched it in this order, and he was going through a hard time in his life at the time. And I just remember him texting me a couple of days after we watched it, just this crazy long message, and he just basically said how these films inspired him. It gave him this profound kind of clarity about his own life and the kind of man he wanted to be, because he had just watched Luke Skywalker's journey, and he had just watched his Anakin's fall to the dark side, giving into anger and fear and hate. And it just crystallized for him in his mind, like, what I want to be as a man and what I don't want to be, and what's important to me in life and what's not. And he was like, thank you for sharing this. And it was this profound, amazing letter, really, in text message form. It was a letter in text message form, and it was amazing. I was deeply moved, and I couldn't believe it because, his reaction watching the movies was kind of, I'd look over and be like, what do you think? Do you like it? And he's like, it's cool. That's pretty cool. And I'm like, oh no, he hates it, Then I get this letter, and it was just really moving and awesome. And so it kind of stunned me, because at the end of the day, stories are just that. They're stories. They're fiction. And even as a fiction writer myself, I sometimes think, what's the point of this? Am I really contributing anything to humanity? I mean, seriously, as a writer of novels or a filmmaker, am I really contributing anything to humanity? I'm not building roads and bridges. I'm not, protecting on the front lines, protecting anyone from harm. I'm not saving lives. Definitely not saving lives. Or at least I don't see it that way. I'm not creating an essential product people need to heat their homes or to, have food in the refrigerator. I mean, that's basically what it is. I'm doing something that is purely for entertainment value for myself and for the audience. I'm doing something that's purely about comfort and enjoyment, and it has, and so it's easy to ask myself, is there actually any value in it? Star Wars is just a fantasy about, the way people tend to put it is like space wizards and whatnot. It doesn't really matter. It's not that important. It's just a story. As people used to tell me when I was a kid, you do know that Star Trek isn't real, right? Like, you do know that. Like, you do know that there's no actual such thing as the Starship Enterprise. Yes, I am aware. Thank you. So, granted that we know it's all just make-believe, does it actually have any value? And honestly, to me, Star Wars is, I tend to think, well, it's just entertainment. Don't take it too seriously. But then I get this letter after watching it in Machete Order, and it's literally helped someone important to me, figure something out in his life that was, a big difficulties, helped him overcome, gave him the inspiration he needed, inspired him to be a better man. A story did that. A story about space wizards, a story about starships battling an evil empire, like a story about the Force and the dark side and giving in to things like anger and hatred and the destructiveness of that. A story set in a galaxy a long time ago, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, total fantasy, total make-believe, and yet, look at the profound strength and courage and inspiration it lended to someone in an hour of need. And it just reminded me that there is a reason we tell stories. Hell, I was sitting in Interstellar, and I remember thinking kind of the same thought of like, this is why we need stories, because it's so easy to tell a story. And are my lips out of sync? Am I out of sync? I'm working on upgrading things, folks. I'm sorry if I'm out of sync. I really am. I hate it. I hate giving a bad viewing experience. This is the moneymaker, folks. This is what makes it happen. And if it's out of sync, it's bad. Anyway. So, if a story can have such a profound impact on people, and actually returning to my point about Interstellar, it's so easy to have that nihilistic story, and I'm nothing against Mad Max, but a dystopian tale of a dying Earth. There's no hope. We destroyed this planet. We're a cancer. We're a plague. And then you have a film like Interstellar that portrays humanity going through a time of hardship, and yet the story is about hope. It's about the value of humanity. It's about our better nature. And by the way, Interstellar deals very seriously with the worst instincts of humanity as well. That's a big theme in the film. Humanity at its best and at its worst. That is absolutely what Interstellar concerns itself with, and it's beautiful. But at the end of the day, it's a story about the value of human life. It's a story about the potential of human life, about our ability to overcome, to do great things in spite of our flaws, in spite of our failings and our limitations. And we need more stories like that. Interstellar is a story that challenges us and dares us to dream big again. And that's really what's so beautiful about it. Interestingly enough, I think it's very timely. It's very timely because I was watching a YouTube video about, it was Peter Thiel. It was an interview with Peter Thiel and Piers Morgan. And Peter Thiel was saying, in his opinion, humanity's growth and advancement technologically has totally stagnated with the exception of AI. He said AI is scaring the hell out of us because it's the only area where we're actually advancing. We're not advancing in terms of infrastructure. We're not advancing in terms of car or transport technology. We're not advancing in terms of electrical engineering. He even said the engineering fields are practically dead in terms of innovation. The only thing we're innovating is AI. That's it. And even there, he thinks we're sort of lagging behind. I found it fascinating. I really did. And it reminded me of how Elon frequently talks about how we need to have a frontier. We need to have a horizon. We need to have hope for the future, or we die as a species. It kills us. It kills us to not have that purpose in us. And that's what Interstellar is about. Interstellar is about reaching for that purpose and inspiring us to reach for it. And that's what Star Wars is about. That's why we tell stories. That's why stories are so powerful and important and meaningful. And so having this shared experience with Star Wars Machete Order with my cousin, well, it reawakened in me the understanding that Star Wars is a powerful and deeply meaningful story, a mythical story, really. And stories, by their very nature, are deeply important and powerful. And that's not to get too, pedantic or self-absorbed about it. But I'm just saying they are important, and they need to be good. And there's a reason we spend so much time critiquing the bad and highlighting the good, because we need to. We need good stories, and we need to dream again. We need to have hope again. So join me in watching Star Wars Machete Order. We're going to start Tuesday night with A New Hope. Join us in the Discord. I'll set up a voice channel. We'll pop in there. We'll do I'll let you know when we're doing the movie, and we'll do post-movie discussion in the Discord. Link is in the description of the video on YouTube. Do join us. YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter. The link to the Discord is on the YouTube. By the way, I have introduced memberships. So make sure that you are accepting memberships in the chat. Skunks Workshop says, I'm listening mostly. You don't appear out of sync. Okay, good. Thank you, Skunks. I appreciate that. Can I do this? Maybe I may not have fully enabled the memberships yet. I guess I don't have them set up totally yet. Okay, I'm working on getting memberships done. There's going to be 2 levels to begin with. The ensign level membership, swords and starships, and the lieutenant level. If at the ensign level, you will have there will be more perks added later, but one of the perks is you get access to the ensign wardroom in the Discord. So that's a private officer's wardroom for ensigns and above only. And then there's a lieutenant's wardroom for lieutenants only. And so at this early stage of development, it might just mean that you'll have your lieutenant's badge and you'll go into the lieutenant's wardroom and you'll just eat a quiet meal by yourself. But I will pop in there. Hey, anything you put in the ensign's or lieutenant's wardroom, the captain will respond to. I'm just kidding. No, Skunks. I'm not streaming. Wait, well, actually, let me think about this. You're asking if I'm streaming the movie on Discord. Can I do that? I mean, if I could have the movie streaming and react to it live with you, I would. Obviously, YouTube would never allow that for copyright reasons. And I don't have enough following on locals to be able to do it on locals properly, so I can't really do it there. I don't know what Rumble's policy is, but my plan, I should say, was just to kind of just hang out with you in the Discord while you watch the movie independently. But reach out to me on Discord. If you know how to do this, let me know, because I'll see what I can do. But I'm pretty interested in that. And since we're on the subject of storytelling and the Iron Age and what stories mean to people, I might as well tell you that I myself am a bard. I'm working on Galaxy-Born, a futuristic science fiction story, and I have written 2 novels, which are historical action-adventure fiction in the vein of Alexander Dumas, such as The Count of Monte Cristo, with Jim Caviezel, one of my favorite films of all time. So yes, I am a fellow bard, if you're a bard. If you're a bard, I would be your fellow bard. If you're not a bard, I am a bard. That's one of my greatest moments in streaming of all time. That's one of my greatest. That's like my finest hour. I appreciate that I'm starting to get more... I got a troll in the chat today, and I appreciate that. I consider it a sign of my growing success. This video is sponsored by the High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. Back to me, your humble captain. So yes, that is Blood and Oak, and I'll tell you something. I'm going to be honest with you. One of the most difficult things about being an indie author, and this is one of the reasons I admire Eric July so darn much, is because he's very good at this. All right, hang on. I got to fix something real quick. I'll be right back. Hang on. Where is it? Where's my be right back, Mr. Producer? We have to do it the complicated way. Hang on. There it is. I'll be right back. All right, there we are. We're back. We are back. We're a live Swords and Stars channel. Me, your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Stars channel. Please like and subscribe. X, Rumble, and YouTube. Now, what was I saying, Mr. Producer? What was I talking about before I left? I don't remember. I was something about my novel. Oh, yeah. So, one of the challenges of being an independent creative is, writing it is great fun. I have great vision for my story. I know the experience I want to create for my audience. But marketing is it's like another art form, and it's another language, and it's a language I enjoy learning, but how to market a historical action adventure novel, I honest to God don't know. I really don't. And it's like something I've been struggling with. I feel like I know how to market a space opera. I feel like I know the audience for that. I just know. All I know is I love historical fiction. I love the Three Musketeers. I love Zorro. I love that kind of a story. Indiana Jones as kind of a historical fiction. So the question is, how do who is the audience for Blood and Oak? And I tend to think that is the audience that would enjoy the Count of Monte Cristo. I don't know if people still like those kind of stories anymore. I really don't. I've wrestled with it. I have a lot more stories to tell of Captain John Sullivan. I would say maybe the closest audience I can think of is the audience for like Outlander, the Diana Gabaldon novels about the time-traveling Claire who goes back to the 18th century and goes on all these adventures in Scotland and the colonial United States, which is great. I love the show. I love the show based on it. I love Black Sails. Black Sails is a fantastic show. Spartacus was a great show. So I feel like whoever the audience of those types of things would be the audience for Blood and Oak. Blood and Oak is very much like Master and Commander, but like turned up to 11. Turned up to 11. John Sullivan is a nautical swashbuckling hero, but he's got an American natural, he's got what I call natural American pugnacity. He's not as sophisticated. He's not as refined as you sophisticates, Star Fury. He's not like our refined betters in the Isles across the pond. He's American, and he's got piss and vinegar in his veins, and he's a fighter. And so there you go. So if you enjoy adventure, if you enjoy a hero that's just this side of anti-hero, he's just this side. He's not anti-hero, but he's on the line. You'll like it. He's kind of a Dirty Harry type character, to be quite honest. Now, will he always be that way? We will see. We will see. He's sort of evolving as a character. We have more topics to get to, folks. I forgot to mention 2 shows on my last live stream. Silo and Landman. These are 2 excellent shows that are airing right now. Silo was one of my top 10 TV series of 2023. It's an Apple TV series. There is almost absolutely no other reason to have Apple TV. I legit don't enjoy anything on the Apple TV streaming platform except this show. And it stars Jessica Ferguson, who played the mother of Paul Atreides in Dune. She played an excellent character in the Mission Impossible series. I love Jessica Ferguson as an actor. She is amazing. She's got that light in her eyes that just really draws you in. She plays the lead. This is basically a kind of whodunit science fiction story, is what it's based on the novel series Wool. And the idea is the Earth has been poisoned, and we don't know why, but the last of humanity live in these underground bunkers that hold I should say bunker, an underground bunker, a silo, the titular silo, and it holds about 10,000 people. So it's this underground city, and it has its kind of own little society that has evolved. This show, in all the ways that like Mandalorian and modern Star Wars is not lived in, because to be fair, you may say, Captain, you're always saying Disney Star Wars isn't lived in, it doesn't feel real. Well, what would feel real to you? Well, this would. Silo. Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined series, is the example I've given before, but I would say Silo is a really good example of what I'm talking about. The silo feels real. It feels like a real place with real rules. There are, when you're in someone's apartment in the silo, it feels like someone actually lives there. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to in Star Wars, we have Green Planet, we have Desert Planet, we have DMV Planet, which is what I'm calling Coruscant from now on, and we have Space DMV. That's what I call Coruscant, and we have Concrete Planet in Skeleton Crew. We have Concrete Planet. So if you're asking, Captain, what would it look like if it was lived in and it did feel real, Silo is a great example of exactly what I'm talking about when I say it's well done. And what I love about Juliet, the child version of her character, because they do flashbacks of her as a child, total girl boss, very insufferable, don't like her at all. But the adult version of her character, Juliet, is a pretty awesome character. She's basically functions as a kind of, in the storytelling sense, she functions as a kind of detective who's trying to find out the secret of what's all going on. And she's kind of at the middle of a bunch of possible, political maneuvering within the silo and a possible rebellion brewing. So far, season 2 has been pretty excellent, and I've really been enjoying it a lot. Jessica Ferguson is she's just awesome in the show. Tim Robbins, who in real life, of course, look, just assume it, folks. Most of them are an absolute left-wing loon. Okay, a wacko, total wacko. In this show, brilliant, just brilliant, excellent character, love it. Common is in this show. He plays a kind of secret police enforcer in the silo. He's excellent. He's really good. The guy who played, who was it that Daenerys, what was his name? Jorman? Who is the guy that was always in Daenerys' service in Game of Thrones? I forget his name. Jorah. Sir Jorah. That's right. The guy who plays Sir Jorah plays Juliet's father, who is a doctor in the silo. He's really good in this. So it's mostly a kind of mystery science fiction story, and this world feels real. It feels plausible. So I highly recommend Silo, seasons 1 and 2 so far. Now, we got to talk a little bit about Landman, okay? We need to talk about Landman. This is the new show that everyone's raving about. Taylor Sheridan, who, let's face it, he may not be quite as talented as Vince Gilligan, but he is about the most, he's one of the hottest properties in writing, bar none. He is a cash cow. Now, part of the reason that Taylor Sheridan is he is a brilliant writer. He really is. Not a perfect one, but a pretty brilliant one, because here's what Taylor Sheridan delivers. 100% of the time. The promise of the premise. Now, that should be obvious. Now, what is the promise of the premise? If you're new to the channel or you haven't heard me explain this before, that the phrase itself comes from Blake Snyder's Save the Cat book. But that's basically what it refers to is, this is what we came to see the movie for. This is the picture on the poster. This is the cool part of the trailer. Or in the case of a TV show, this is the idea that the show it has got us excited about. We want to see that. We want to see that play out. We want to see what we came for. Right? So in the case of John Wick, what's the premise in John Wick? Well, the premise is we're going to see a badass assassin with all the world against him defying death. And that's what we get. That's the promise of the premise. Now, what was the promise of the premise in Joker Folie à Deux? The promise of the premise in the premise of Joker Folie à Deux was that we were going to see Arthur Fleck continue his journey to becoming the full-fledged Joker that would be a threat to Batman. But Joker Folie à Deux broke the promise of the premise because it subverted it and turned the Joker into an incel who does not want to be the Joker and then winds up getting stabbed by the real Joker as a total afterthought at the end of the film. That is why that film sucks. Sucks. Plenty of other examples, because frankly, throw a dart, throw a dart at a dartboard with all the movies that came out this year, and you're gonna hit one that broke the promise of the premise. You're just going to. Hey, say one thing for Furiosa. It delivered on the promise of the premise. I gotta hand it to George Miller. He understands. If not even if he's not delivering Mad Max, he does know how to deliver the Mad Max world, and I will give him credit for that. But those are few and far between. Most films, the example for all time is The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi is what it is because it destroyed The Last Jedi did not just break the promise of the premise, it broke every promise of the premise from Force Awakens. Think about it. What are the things everyone was excited about after Force Awakens? I remember because I was in these conversations with coworkers, friends, family, you name it. How did Finn break through the stormtrooper brainwashing? How did he do that? Maybe he's Mace Windu's long lost son. Maybe he's got force powers. He did use that lightsaber. You see? The future of Finn as a possible force user. Second premise. The political battle between Hux and Kylo Ren, a political knife fighter versus a out-of-control force user. Where's that going? Who's going to wind up on top? The parentage of Rey. Who were her parents? They must have been somebody. Who were they? Snoke. Where did Snoke come from? He's so shadow. I personally hated Snoke from the beginning. I never liked that character. I always thought he seemed phoned in to me. He just said, "Oh, here's an emperor for you." Okay. Seriously, I loved most of the stuff in Force Awakens. I hated Snoke. I did not give a shit about Snoke at all. I thought he was a rehash of the Emperor to me. It's the one thing I was right about. That's the only thing I was right about. Anyway, but everyone else was excited about Snoke. Everyone was like, where did Snoke come from? What is it he wants? Etc. etc. Luke, what's Luke gonna teach Rey? What happened in what happened in The Last Jedi? Snoke gets immediately and unceremoniously killed off. Finn is a bumbling boob who never discovers anything related to the Force, never has a romance or even really a plausible friendship with Rey. There goes that. Luke tosses away his lightsaber, doesn't teach Rey anything. Fortunately, she didn't need him to teach anything because she's a Mary Sue Girlboss. She knew it all along. Hux, who was this brilliant, scheming fascist, turns out to be an incompetent boob. You know what I mean? They broke every promise of the premise in that movie. Every single one. So this is why Taylor, let me return to the topic at hand. This is why Taylor Sheridan is a rock star, because he's doing what none of his peers want to do anymore, which is simply give people what they came for. And I would say the major theme of all of his work is he is a master of the modern Western. That is what Taylor Sheridan does. He does modern Westerns. Wind River, brilliant film. Yellowstone, Tulsa King. These are modern Western tales, and they're excellent. They are really well done. Landman stars Billy Bob Thornton as maximum final form Billy Bob Thornton, and he's awesome. He is absolutely awesome in this. I'm going to tell you, I mostly absolutely adore the Landman series. However, we're about 4 or 5 episodes in now, and trouble is brewing, chat. Trouble is brewing. And here's the trouble. Listen, Taylor Sheridan makes his bones on really fun characters with the right actor to play them and the right part for said actor, and then putting him in a bottle and shaking the bottle and seeing what happens. He's really good at that. He's very good at creating characters that are fun. He's also very, very good at a very much lost art form, which is Americana. Taylor Sheridan creates stories about rugged, individualistic, American-style characters that most of the country like and want to see in storytelling, but never get. He celebrates things like hot babes and country music and patriotism. There are routinely dialogues in the story where woke characters argue with non-woke characters, and the non-woke characters actually get some licks in, which is fun. He tells a balanced story. There are left-wing characters in his story, and there are right-wing characters in his story. Neither is necessarily portrayed as a total idiot. Neither is portrayed as having all the answers. That's called character work. Taylor Sheridan gives his audience the red meat that they wanted. That's what he does. And and this is the number one thing that underpins all of that. Taylor Sheridan makes Americans in specifically and audiences in general feel good about themselves. You know, in the words of Dr. Steve Turley, write that down. I could never do that. I could never be that guy. I could never come on a YouTube channel and tell you to take notes. I could never do it. I mean, you are here listening to the best opinion possible, but, I would never tell you to take notes. Dr. Steve tells you to take notes. And if I were going to do that, I would write this one down. Taylor Sheridan makes the audience feel good about themselves. How does he do that? How does he do it? He doesn't tell them, like, you're awesome, love you. Like, he doesn't do that. What he does is he tells them a story about hot babes, masculine men, tough guys, navigating a modern world that is not like it used to be. I mean, he acknowledges the way the world is. But there's things like patriotism and football games and, badass dudes and whatever. And he throws all that in there. And he puts it in a light where it's like, yeah, of course, because this is awesome. And it makes you feel good about yourself because the show is celebrating things that most people celebrate. The good guy winning, for example. That's what he's so good at. He makes the audience feel glad they came. And that's definitely his absolute superpower. And I would say that Landman, if it were on network television, like regular back in the network television days, this show would be massive. This show would be massive. It's classic 80s style kind of soap opera melodrama along the lines of a Dallas or a Dynasty, which were famous shows back in the 80s. They were appointment television. Everybody, men, women, everybody was there watching them, glued to the screen. I mean, this was what the 80s and the 90s, to a lesser extent, were really, really good at, which was, primetime soap operas, basically. And that's what Taylor Sheridan does. This show, Landman, would absolutely blow the doors off if it were on network TV with an actual ratings model. Now, will it still be massive as a Paramount original? I mean, maybe. I don't know. All I'm telling you is this show is got something. It really does. It's great fun watching Billy Bob negotiate this world. The premise, if you don't know, is that it's set in Texas. Billy Bob Thornton is what's called a landman. It turns out this is a real position. This is not fictional. There really is such a guy as the landman in an oil company. What's the landman do? Well, he manages all the leases, the land leases that the oil companies are drilling on where they have mineral rights. He's kind of like an unofficial fixer. If there's a problem, he fixes it. If there's a tenant that's got an issue, he deals with it. If there's a legal issue, he deals with it. And that's basically what he is. He's a fixer. He is a recovering alcoholic. He's quit drinking, so he only drinks Michelob Ultra. Because, yes, you heard that correctly. He quit drinking, so he no longer drinks whiskey. He only drinks Michelob Ultra, which does not count as alcohol. It's fantastic. And John Hamm of Don Draper Mad Men fame plays Monty, his best friend, who is also his boss, and the oil tycoon that's running this oil company. He's excellent. He's just an absolute rock star alpha Chad, as the Fellowship would say. So the characters are all excellent. And the main issue that Billy Bob's character of Tommy is dealing with in the show is he's got drug cartels that are operating on the lease that he's got to deal with. He's got oil rigs that are breaking down. He's got to fix them. His son has decided to become an oil man, which is an incredibly dangerous job. And he's getting harassed and bullied by the other guys on the crew. So there's all these things going on. His crazy ex-wife has moved into his house and is disrupting his work, all that cool stuff. And that's all great. There's a problem with this show. The problem with the show is I don't know why, because I feel like Tulsa King has been way better at this. Other Taylor Sheridan things I've seen are way better at this. But for some reason, there are some really dumb plot contrivances in this show. Really dumb. And it's that the problem with them is there's no reason for it. So let me give you an example. There's a scene, and it's a spoiler for episode 1, so I'm sorry if it spoils it for you, but I got it to give you this example. There's a scene in which a very experienced veteran crew of oil guys are working on, they're on a drilling platform, an oil well, and they're trying to, I think they're trying to open a valve or something. I forget what it was. They're trying to get like, there's some kind of valve that's stuck, and they're trying to get it unstuck. And they've got like a wrench, a pipe wrench, and I have it on good authority. This is not the tool you would use, but I'm not even quibbling over that. Forget it. Whatever. It's a pipe wrench. They've got this pipe wrench, and they're hammering the pipe wrench. 3 guys working very close to each other, hammering this pipe wrench, okay? And essentially what happens is they create a spark accidentally, and it ignites the oil drilling well, and it blows them up, and they all get incinerated. Now, I understand that what the purpose of this moment is to illustrate that this is a dangerous job. No matter how good you are at it, no matter how experienced, one lapse in concentration could be the end of you. That's powerful. That's effective. That's an important part of the story, and I respect it. The problem is the way that this happens is unbelievable because it's such a stupid mistake. Why would you be doing something that could create a spark? Now, I will say in like 2 episodes later, they explained that what the guys did not know is that there was a flow of gas because of a rusted, some kind of rusted valve or something was letting gas through that they didn't know was flowing. Even so, I feel like it was too dumb of a mistake for guys like this to make. I feel like a better way to get at it would be just an act of God. Something went wrong and they just got caught up in it. I think that makes more sense. Now, 1 or 2 of those I could forgive. These kinds of things are really accumulating. There's a much worse one in the last episode, the 4th episode, and I don't want to tell you because it'll spoil it. But a guy does something so obviously stupid that gets him killed that I literally was, I was just frustrated because there was no reason for it. All you had to do was show that a certain safety measure had failed and he didn't know it and he got caught up in an accident. That would have made sense because it means that, like, this is a dangerous profession. Anything could happen. But as it was, the way it plays out on screen is this character did something really fucking stupid, which is not what the scene is trying to portray. The scene is trying to portray the real danger and drama of the job. So I don't know why. I don't know why Taylor Sheridan's writing has gotten really sloppy on this one. I really don't. But there is some sloppy writing, and I hope it fixes itself, because if it doesn't, it's going to tank the show. I can tell you right now, Mahler, the Longman, would tear the show to shreds. Tear it to shreds. It'd have no chance. I think it can get away with it if look, if there's a plot contrivance here or there that's not that central to the story, big deal. The problem is the accidents in the show are crucial. They are crucial to the dramatic tension in the show because the accidents illustrate the danger. I mean, that's where the main source of serious drama is coming from in the show, is the danger of oil drilling. That's really what a lot of the drama is banking on. That drama will not work if the audience rolls their eyes when it happens. Okay? They'll roll their eyes. So if you do that too much, it's going to destroy the show, and it's not going to, that could be a serious problem. So I hope it cleans that up. Other than that, really brilliant show. The force of Billy Bob Thornton's personality is probably enough to carry it anyway, because he's so damn good. So damn good. He's so good at this show. And there is a character who is his lawyer. She's basically like Alina Habba. She's basically an Alina Habba character in the show, and she's awesome. She's like a young, less seasoned Alina Habba. It's great. Okay, so that's Landman and Silo. I must have this in the stack of stuff. Sconce, would you be mad if we wrapped it up now? If the music came up, would you be mad at me? Let me know, Skunks. Oh yeah, Skeleton Crew is a total failure. I gotta tell you, I was listening to Jay, Drunk 3PO, on Geeks and Gamers Daily talk about this, and oh my god, it was like nails on a chalkboard. I mean, it's for kids, man. It's for kids, man. Oh, shut the fuck up with that. I don't. That's such a stupid argument. This show is boring. It's dumb. It's not an interesting show. That has nothing to do with whether or not it's for kids. Anyway, but there is a type of fan who doesn't care about good content, good storytelling. They would enjoy War of the Rohirrim. They're what's known as a shill. A shill. They suffer from a terrible, debilitating disease. It's called shillery by proxy. It is incurable, and it makes me sick. But there is a man who studies the shill for posterity. He is looking for a cure, feverishly. His name is Mr. Grizzy. And we're going to check in with the shills. So Rachel Zegler, if you don't know, the latest Nightmare Fuel trailer for the Snow White and the 7 creepy CGI monsters, has been getting roasted. And the shills are out defending her. So I feel like we should do a Grizzy video. And just, we got to check in with the shills and see how their condition is progressing. Are you okay with that, chat? I thought I saw something in the chat. Skunk's Workshop says, the shills! Who will defeat them? They don't need to be defeated. I'm dead serious about it. The shills don't need to be defeated. They defeat themselves. They're self-defeating. They're out of their minds, folks. Mr. Producer, where is that? There it is. Thank you. Well, we'll share this screen. Thank you very, very much indeed.
I actually kind of like the way that the dwarves look. Like, let's be nice for a second, okay?
How about new?
All right, so currently...
Skunks! Do you like the design of the dwarves in this? I won't make fun of you, I promise. I felt like I was being kind of mean on the last stream because I was saying, like, if you thought the design of these dwarves was good, you'd have to be a stupid person. And what I meant was, if you are a creative working on this project and this got by you, that most people would find this creepy and uncanny valley and that somehow slipped the net, that's what makes you a stupid person. If if for whatever reason you kind of like, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean, Skunk says, LOL, they're self-defeating. They are. You don't like them, Skunks? Okay, cool. That sounds like I'm gatekeeping. I'm not gatekeeping. No, I remember what you said last stream was, do I have it on the right view? I don't. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll leave it on this view while I'm pontificating. So Skunks was saying that, like, they kind of look like the Wreck-It Ralph characters. Correct me if I'm wrong, Skunks, but they kind of look like the Wreck-It Ralph. And I was saying, like, I think the basic point that we were both making, if I'm not mistaken, was that essentially in a cartoon that looks fine, but in real life that's terrible. Like, you would not want to one-to-one convert an anime character into live action. If you did that, it would be nightmare fuel because anime's not supposed to, it doesn't look real, right? The eyes are too big. They'd look like aliens. It would be terrifying. It would be like the Sonic debacle. Speaking of, I am very excited for Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Very excited. So maybe we'll check in. I think there was a trailer. There might be a trailer for that we need to check out. But why are my chats not coming through? My chats went to read only in Restream. What the hell? What the hell, man? What the hell's wrong? Don't worry, chat. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but that's frustrating. It's very frustrating that my chats went to read only in Restream, but fortunately I still have my other chat up. Okay, cool. So I can't highlight your... The only reason that bothers me is I can't put your comment on the screen, and I like doing that. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know why it did that. Maybe it disconnected somehow. Says everything's connected, everything's paired, whatever. All right. Anyway, so yeah, Nightmare Fuel. Let us resume. So roll it, Mr. Producer. I think I fairly made my point.
The Snow White remake official trailer is sitting at 28,000 likes to 720,000 dislikes. Which means that out of the 5.7 million people who watched this trailer, less than 0.5% of them liked it enough to hit the thumbs up button.
Holy shit.
And
that
it's so
is
bad.
Staggering, folks. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at these things. Look at them. What have you done, Disney? I can't even believe that shit. Oh my God. You know what's interesting? Okay, Grandmaster, if you're out there, you made this point to me in the Discord because I was asking you, if these Hollywood types like making money, why do they keep repeating themselves? Why do they keep doing the things that aren't working? And your answer was they're trying to sort of course correct. And you know what's kind of occurred to me as I'm thinking about this? How did we get here with these dwarf creatures? Well, I'll tell you, I think this is what comes of trying to please the woke and make money at the same time. That's what this is the result of. Because they were originally going to do the 7 magical people. Do you remember that? Do you remember this? They were going to do the 7 magical people, which were very stunning and diverse. And a picture from the set of the film leaked online, and it was laughed at across the entire internet. It was a complete laughingstock. But the reason that was what it was is because, well, we can't have dwarves because that is very offensive, and we have to have a diverse group. And so what they wound up with is this odd collection of Seattle hippies, as I like to put it. No disrespect to Seattle hippies, but that's what they were, Seattle hippies. Well, Disney doesn't give a shit what their audience thinks. They don't give a damn whether anything is right or wrong, good or evil. All they care about is making money. They don't actually care about woke causes and diversity. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. If they could make money by enslaving Chinese children, they would do it. If a Middle Eastern country required them to euthanize their Peanut the Squirrel mascot in order to have their film air in theaters there, they would give me that squirrel. You know what I mean? They'd lie about it. They'd say, "Oh, yeah." Bob Iger would go out there and be like, "Yes, the euthanization of the squirrel, that was very unfortunate. We did not intend that at all." And I certainly was not in favor of that course of action, and I expressed that to my predecessor, Bob Chapek, and I told the board that I would not want us to go that direction. And as a CEO, it's not always in my hands, of course, and I do what I can, and I'm very proud of all of our work at this company. And at the end of the day, the government policies in Saudi Arabia vis-a-vis rodents is simply not in my control, and we did not have custody of the rodent at that time. And so as a good citizen of the world, I feel that we at Disney have to abide by all local laws of the country. And it's very sad that the squirrel was euthanized. But nevertheless, that squirrel would be dead. That squirrel would be dead! So, when it was discovered that the 7 magical people were not working out, damn the woke cult, give me animated dwarves! That's going to look terrible, sir. Just do it! And we wind up with this. This is what happens. This is what happens when you have no principles, no vision, and all the people working for you are mediocre or just whacked out DEI hires. DEI hires. Dumb people who don't know what they're doing, who have no business in these writers' rooms or in these productions. And then you have the actual good workers that are there who are worked to death like slaves because they have to do about 1,000 rounds of reshoots and reanimations and all kinds of other garbage. And to top it all off, you've got your star out there saying, if I have to stand here in this dress, pissing off the whole freaking world, just pissing everyone off. It's got to be a nightmare. It's got to be. But they got to make billions and billions and billions and billions. Give me that squirrel. Roll tape.
That even John Roca and friends can't defend it.
This trailer was not good.
The dwarves, they look horrible.
You know what? I really thought that guy was going to say something else. Dude, I will give this guy credit. That is the correct answer. That is rare from a shill. That's a rare moment of clarity from a shill. There might be hope for this one in the far future. When we get Neuralink and we can just very humanely install a chip at the base of their skull and forcibly correct their malady, then I call it Project 2030. Once Project 2030 is fulfilled and all of the shills have a chip installed forcefully at the bottom of their skull and their condition is cured, there may be hope for this man. He may be one of the more promising test subjects. Unfortunately, I'm not going to continue this joke because it's just going to get worse. Roll tape.
They look horrible.
No White trailer. What is there to say? This movie looks terrible.
Because this does not look good.
Wow.
Do you think there's any?
What? Mr. Grizzy, I thought they were defending it. This is fascinating. They have arrived at a correct conclusion. All of them. Have you ever seen this before? Something is happening, folks. I think the victory of the Orange Man has changed. You've changed things. There's no going back.
Any jewels in this dark mine?
However, it ain't Rachel Zegler's fault.
I feel bad for Zegler, I know Jeff's a recent convert to her fan club, but I feel bad for her.
Rachel Zegler is great, and she is the least bad thing about this trailer.
Going into this trailer, I was kind of in a good place with Rachel Zegler.
I love Rachel Zegler. I mean, how many Latina actresses have been able to come on?
Oh, God, they were so close. They were so close. They were this close to sanity. They can't help themselves. I love Rachel Zegler. She's charming and adorable. No, she isn't. She is a BI itch on wheels. What are you talking about? She's a brat. Will the Skunks Workshop, will the Neuralink chip detonate? No, Skunks, never. No, that would be inhumane. The chip will not detonate. So long as they remain inside the electric fence.
Onto the scene and immediately grab all these franchises and get cast in these big movies. And
yet, for some reason, nobody ever seems to talk about them. Or if they do, they never talk about her performance. But anyway.
You know, the best way to describe everything about Rachel Zegler, everything. And this is why her amateur mindset is so self-defeating in her case. She's very self-defeating. She's exactly what I mean when I say the shills are self-defeating. Well, she is self-defeating. She's mid. Her looks are mid. Her singing is mid. Her acting is mid. Everything about her is mid. And her attitude sucks. You know, the fascinating thing is, if she had a really great attitude, like as a professional and a person, like she treated the fans in the audience with respect. She treated the source material with respect. If she were warm and kind towards people, including people that did not vote the way she would have preferred. If she were like that, I guarantee you people would like her. People would like her. In other words, if she conducted herself like a good person, people would like her. If she at least conducted herself like a professional, she would at least probably not be hated. You know what I mean? Like if she was just professional, she doesn't have to be nice. She could just be professional and she'd be fine. You know, Sydney Sweeney strikes me, or no, sorry, not Sydney Sweeney. Who is Dakota Johnson that played Madame Web? Like, she didn't strike me as particularly warm or likable, but she did strike me as very funny and clever and honest in her interviews. And the fact that she was willing to just be honest about the problems, I mean, that alone made her much more likable as an actress and as a professional. It's not that hard. Just don't be so damn smug all the time.
Anyway, continue.
Look, be on Broadway. It's not a lot. So I gotta champion her. I mean,
I'm okay with her. Like, she's the least bad thing about this trailer.
Look at these fucking cucks just white knighting for her. They're just white knighting for her. I champion her. I support her. She would step on your face, Shill. She would not care. She would use you as a bridge across a puddle of mud and complain that you were not still enough while she was walking over you. She doesn't know who you are. She doesn't care who you are. She does not want the pitiful devotions you hurl at her. God, it's so insufferable, isn't it?
Are you retarded?
She literally just kind of walked out of college and right onto this.
Cox. Sydney, what? Leave Sydney Sweeney out of this. She's carrying two heavy beauties. You know what Sydney Sweeney is? She's a professional. She is. You know something? I think Sweeney knows that she's hot. She loves being hot. She takes pride in being hot. She works her ass off. She has a professional mindset. Sweeney is seriously poster child for professional. Her work is her work. And that's why she doesn't run her mouth and get into a bunch of hot water like Rachel Zegler. Because, see, Rachel Zegler sees everything through the lens of her identity. I am a Latina actress. I am an oppressed minority. I am underpaid. That's how Rachel Zegler sees everything. Her work is her identity. Therefore, she feels entitled to be a bitch about everything. Sweeney produces her own movies. She gets investors on board. She is the one creating her own success. And she would never undermine her own success by disrespecting her audience. She would never do that. But moreover, I think she genuinely loves her audience, and I think the audience senses that. So, yeah, that's how it's done.
Massive level of success. So we have to sometimes create a little bit of grace. How many of the people criticizing her could have handled this kind of fame?
We need to treat Rachel Zegler with some grace? Absolutely the fuck not.
I mean, oh yeah, okay. Grizzy's already ahead of me here. I was gonna say we're gonna treat someone with grace who speaks this way.
Was she treating others who disagree with her political opinions with grace? No, she wished that they would never know peace in life and then was forced to apologize.
Now, these are the people, right? These are the people that write a movie where the characters say, this is why I cringe when I hear it. We need kindness and fairness. But the minute that kindness and fairness no longer serves them, they are absolute, complete assholes. And they have 0 F's to give about it.
But no, Rachel Zegler's the victim, right? She just said a couple dumb things in some interviews and has had slightly aggressive opinions in the past.
How many of the people criticizing her could have handled this kind of fame in their 20s and not said something stupid on a red carpet or not been, made mistakes in interviews or what have you, or been a little more aggressive in their opinion. Like, come on, we have to create a little bit of grace.
Shut the fuck up!
And the reason he's defending her on this is because A, he's a complete lunatic, and B, he agrees with her.
Vote for Trump. Fuck yeah, I'm going to attack you. Fuck yeah, because something's wrong with your soul.
Agree.
By the way, your proposal is acceptable, John Roca. Mr. Producer, put me on screen there. I'm okay with that arrangement. I'm okay with it. No quarter will be asked, and none will be given. That goes for all these fucking wackos.
Agrees with her 100% on this point, and it's quite disgusting.
And so I support her as an actress, and I support her getting more and more things. I think she's super talented.
But do you know who's not super talented? Do you know who the real problem is in this Snow White remake, according to these idiots? Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot is the problem, not Rachel Zegler. Gal Gadot. Apparently, she's even worse.
Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Oh my God. I cannot believe how bad this is. If you're listening, it's an image of the 7 dwarves. Oh my God. An image of the 7 dwarves from the movie. Do you know? I totally forgot about this last time, chat. Okay, I know what these guys. I showed you MODOK from Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Nausea last week, and I said they remind me of that. There's actually a better thing they remind me of. Hang on a second. I got to pull this picture for you. You're gonna love this, chat. You're gonna love this. Let's see. I've got too many tabs. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay, by the way, this movie scared the ever-living hell out of me when I was a kid. I loved the Ernest movies, but this one scared the hell out of me. It's called Ernest Scared Stupid, in which an evil troll is abducting children. This is what these dwarves look like to me. Look at this. That's what it looks like to me. Where's a better picture? Here's another picture of the troll. Ernest Scared Stupid. Yeah, there it is. That's what this reminds me of. Oh my God. Tell me if I'm wrong about this. Okay, I'm going to switch back to the image of the 7 Snow White dwarves. Tell me I'm wrong about this. I'm sorry, Skunk's Workshop. Grizzy did not warn us about this, and I'm leaving it on the screen. Roll tape, Mr. Producer, quick! Skunks is in danger!
The CGI dwarves.
These unholy creatures that are living in this cottage are bad, and the only thing that's worse than them in this trailer is Gal Gadot as the queen.
But yeah, Gal Gadot, man, Wonder Woman is great, and that may have been the one only really good performance she's ever delivered, because everything she delivers here doesn't make sense.
Now, correct me if I'm...
it is weird that they're blaming this all on Gal Gadot. 'Cause look, facts. Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler's performance in this trailer are god-awful, both of them. But the thing they're overlooking here is that the lines written for Gal Gadot are ridiculous. They're fucking ridiculous. Like when she's like, I don't remember you ever being this opinionated. What the hell is that? That has nothing to do with, like, this is supposed to be a German fairy tale, right? She's not acting like a character from a German fairy tale in medieval Germany. She's acting... Well, she's acting. But she's basically acting like some kind of modern girl boss slay queen. You know what she's acting like? She's acting like a character I do like, actually, but she's in the right context in this case. Miranda Priestley in Devil Wears Prada with Anne Hathaway. Miranda Priestley, who's like, she runs this fashion magazine, and she's a total She's just a total biatch to everyone. And she's just like, oh, I don't have time for you. And like, that's her whole personality, her whole character. And I feel like Gal Gadot is acting like that. And that's not at all right for Snow White, which is supposed to be a medieval German fable. And of course, these dumb shills are totally overlooking that point. Skunk's acknowledging that you do see the resemblance. Redoubt, I missed this earlier. You said final form Thornton in Landman. You are exactly correct, sir. Redoubt says, I am out of sync. I've been out of sync for a few hours. I've just gotten accustomed to it, like swaying of this vessel. Well, that's very kind, Redoubt. It's unacceptable to me that I'm out of sync. I freaking hate it. I hate it. I will solve this issue as soon as I possibly can. I think it's going to mean a total upgrade of equipment. I just think the current equipment I have, it's been hell, folks, because StreamYards does not work with Chrome anymore. It stutters and makes it so. It's a choice between visual quality on StreamYards or audio quality on Restream. If I go back to StreamYards, the audio quality will be shit, and that's frankly more important than the visual quality. I mean, I know. You do come here every week so you can see this beautiful visage. I know that this countenance is what you live for. I know that. But we have to... Sacrifices must be made, my dear sailors and starnauts, for the art. Anyway, so I chose audio over visual. I hate it. We'll solve both in due course.
I'm wrong in the comments, but aren't these the same people who got angry at toxic Star Wars fans for criticizing the Acolyte before it came out?
I mean, I went on the comment section for this Acolyte trailer. It is just all kinds of sarcastic, toxic, vile, mean comments.
The sort of back.
He's showing a picture of John Roca next to Gorlock. But the hypocrisy is astounding here. What do I always say? Wokies have no principles. The minute a principle doesn't serve them, they abandon it. So what's the principle in play here? Well, the ostensible principle is, well, you can't judge something before it comes out because that's not fair. And what we need is fairness and kindness. Until they decide that they do want to judge Snow White before it comes out, which is exactly what they're doing. So the minute a principle becomes inconvenient, they abandon it because they have no principles.
Flash that this series has already been getting, despite the fact that it's not even out yet.
Several months later.
Oh my God, dude, it looks so bad.
You see, it's okay when they do it. We're not allowed to rip on Amanda Stenberg and Leslie Headland before The Acolyte comes out, but they're allowed to rip on Gal Gadot before Snow White comes out. Amazing, isn't it?
I have never seen a trailer where every single line that somebody says is the worst delivery they've ever delivered. And this is the woman who gave us the classic line about the Nile that everybody made fun of in a trailer. And every single thing in this trailer makes her performance in that movie look like an Oscar-winning performance.
You can say whatever you want to say about Gal Gadot and her acting ability, but she is not in any way, shape, or form responsible for this movie bombing.
And honestly, a lot of people are coming after Rachel because in comparison, they think Gal is much more attractive. And
do me a favor, guys. Smash that like button and subscribe to the channel.
Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy, a man, a scholar, a gentleman, a humanitarian. A man of compassion who is saving humanity from the curse of shillery by proxy. It's a debilitating disease. It's practically, it's a social death sentence. On this, on this wonderful Christmas occasion, be thankful, Chad. Be thankful for your family, your friends, your hearth. Be thankful that you do not suffer from this disease, because make no mistake, folks, these shills suffer. They suffer. My heart breaks for them. And by way of criticizing Rachel Zegler, allow me to show you a really fascinating study in the amateur versus professional paradigm, if you will. I got to search for something. Hang on a second. Yes. So if many years ago, Christian Bale lost his shit. He was on the film set of Terminator Salvation. He was filming, as he puts it, an incredibly emotionally taxing scene. And there was some kind of gaffer or lighting guy or whatever who kept wandering into the shot. He was making a kind of rookie mistake. He kept wandering into the shot and distracting Christian Bale in the midst of his important artistic performance. And Bale lost his shit and just went off on him. And it's frankly one of the most beautiful works of art ever, painted in angry prose. Here it is. Share screen. Where is it? I only wish I could rant this brilliantly.
Me up. Am I gonna walk around and rip your fucking lights down in the middle of a scene? Then why the fuck are you walking right through? Like this in the background. What the fuck is it with you? What don't you fucking understand?
What don't you fucking understand?
You got any fucking idea about, hey, it's fucking distracting having somebody walking up behind Bryce in the middle of the fucking scene? Give me a fucking answer. What don't you get about it?
I was looking at the light.
Oh, good for you.
It's so great. It's so... Oh, good for you. This is how I sound when I'm talking to Mr. Producer. Oh, good for you, Mr. Producer.
Was it? I hope it was fucking good because it's useless now, isn't it? Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur. McGee, you got fucking something to say to this prick?
I didn't see it happen.
Well, somebody should be fucking watching and keeping an eye on him.
Fair enough.
This is the second time that he doesn't give a fuck about what is going on in front of the camera. All right? I'm trying to fucking do a scene here and I'm going, why the fuck is Shane walking in there? What is he doing there? Do you understand my mind is not in the scene if you're doing that?
I absolutely apologize. I'm sorry. I did not mean anything.
Stay off the fucking set, man. For fuck's sake.
Just, and it goes on and on. The best one is the Bill O'Reilly. The Bill O'Reilly. Christian Bale versus Bill O'Reilly. I love this.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today.
What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
I want you off the fucking set, you prick.
Okay, but yeah, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
What don't you fucking understand?
There's no words there to play us out. What does that mean? To play us out?
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur. What don't you get about it? Are you professional or not?
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
To end the show?
No! No!
All right, go.
You're unbelievable, man. You're unfucking believable.
That's tomorrow, and that is...
Give me a fucking answer!
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today, and we will leave you with a... I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay. Hey, let's go again!
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it, and we'll do it live!
Oh, good for you!
Fucking thing sucks!
Fucking kick your fucking ass! You don't shut up for a second, all right?
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Stay off the...
Oh, my God. That's so funny. I just love that shit. It's like two people that deserve each other right there. It's like, oh, you deserve each other. That's so funny. And Skunks, I was joking. I don't really. You said this is exactly how you speak to the producer. I don't speak to the producer that way. I mean, Mr. Producer, do I speak to you in any kind of disrespectful way? That's what I thought. Thank you. Well, you didn't have to say. That's a nice compliment. But that's not. No, that's not necessary. No, you don't have to say. No, that's not. Because you have to. Oh, whatever. I felt it was genuine. You're incorrect, Skunks. I don't speak to the Mr. Producer that way. Now, I had a reason. For bringing up the Christian Bale rant. Okay, it's germane to the Rachel Zegler situation. Now, Christian Bale went on this crazy rant, which, although entertaining and delightful, was nevertheless just as unlikable. And I mean, it was bad. It was a bad look. Nobody ever was like, wow, this guy's a total asshole. Just like they think about that was a Rachel Zegler moment for Christian Bale. It was like, wow, what an asshole. He was a complete asshole to this guy, and screw him for that, right? But then there was a radio show in Los Angeles shortly thereafter that was making fun of him. They were, in modern terms, they were memeing on him, and they had been doing it for like several days. Well, Christian Bale called into the show. And it's a rather fascinating, you don't see this very often. It was a rather fascinating moment. And this is what happened.
The world famous K-Rock.
We have a very special Ralph Showbiz beat today.
Okay.
I'm bringing a special guest on the show because I have been complaining to you, Kevin Bean, about how you've been treating the whole Christian Bale story. How I do not think it's funny what you've been doing to Christian Bale.
No, I don't know that at all.
I don't like the way you've been mocking him.
I haven't heard you protest that at all.
I find offensive personally, and that voice that Bean does, where he pretends to be Christian Bale
Bean
and
doesn't do any voices.
goes off
You're
on
the
that
guy.
rant we've heard.
You're
And
the
I
guy
would
who
like
does
to
the
take this
Christian-
opportunity to personally apologize to Mr. Christian Bale. We've got him on the phone. Mr. Bale.
Hello there, guys.
Hello, Christian. How are you?
Whoa. How you doing, fellas?
Oh, no. Doing well, sir. I just want
So who am I talking to? Is that Ralph?
no! This is Ralph, Kevin, and Bean, and Lisa May's also here in the studio, Christian.
All right. Well, listen, I spoke with you guys a few years back. You seem like good guys. So I wanted to talk with you about.
Oh, no.
All right, are we being punked
No,
right
you're
here,
not.
Ralph?
This is really Christian Bale.
Please tell us it's not.
This is, believe me, this is no punk.
Wow. Christian has apparently heard some of the segments we've been doing since the release of that audio tape.
And I got to tell you, I have to tell you, listen, it has been a miserable week for me.
Sure.
And you guys, I was driving in the car. At least I think it was you guys I was listening to.
Right.
And you made me laugh in the midst of all this craziness.
I find that hard to believe. Really?
So, listen, I know I have a potty mouth. Everybody knows that now.
Right.
But I understand this is live, so please don't worry. I will behave.
Okay, all right.
Well, we appreciate
If you
that.
don't, we are done professionally, Christian.
Dude, that's so great. They say to his face, if you don't behave, we're done professionally. That's fucking amazing. This is really Christian Bale. He really called. So this radio show was a bunch. They were morning show comedians. They were making fun of him for days after this happened. He calls the show, and this is what he's saying to them.
Now listen. So can you let me make a few comments? About
Yes, please.
everything that's been
We'd
going on?
love to give you the opportunity. Thank you for calling.
The thing that I really want to stress is I have no confusion whatsoever. I was out of order beyond belief. I was way out of order. I acted like a punk. I regret that. And there is nobody that has heard that tape that is hit harder by it than me.
Aww.
So I make no excuse.
No, Christian Bale is I guess he's English. Skunk saying I didn't know Bale isn't American. I was thinking he was either Australian or English. I can't, but hearing the accent, I think he's English. Stop here, I'll let you be the judge here.
Excuses for it is inexcusable, and I hope that is absolutely clear. You know, and now, one thing that has really disturbed me throughout this, because I'm just I'm not familiar. I'm not comfortable yet with this notion of being a movie star. I'm an actor, and I don't quite know how to handle the movie star thing. And the thing that disturbs me so much is that I've heard a lot of people saying that I seem to think I'm better than anybody else, and nothing could be farther from the truth. I am a lucky. I don't want to swear. I'm a lucky
SOB, right?
What I do, I never forget that, and that is why I put so much into what I do, and why I care so much about it, and why sometimes that enthusiasm just goes awry, you know. And please, if anybody ever sees that I really am thinking that I'm better than anybody else, stick a fork in my backside,
yes.
Turn me over, I will be done. That is not me, you know?
Well, I got to tell you.
Now, is that not one of the most incredible things you've ever heard? I'm dead. Like, think about this for a second. Christian Bale goes on this petulant rant. Everyone was thinking, wow, Christian Bale just revealed who he is. He is an entitled asshole who thinks that he is owed something, and he just beat up on this blue collar guy working on the set. Wow, that shows what he thinks of the little people. He gets made fun of on this show for a week. He calls into that show, and he gives this very sincere apology, like, I was out of line, it was terrible, I acted unprofessionally. And that's all well and good. I mean, that's a very fine apology, but that's actually not the most amazing thing about this. That's actually not the thing that really gets me. What really gets me is what he says next, which is, I'm really bothered by this idea that people are thinking that I think I'm better than others. And nothing could be further from the truth. I don't even think of myself as a movie star. I just think of myself as an actor. I love what I do, and I know how damn lucky I am to be doing this. I know how absolutely absolutely lucky I am to be doing this. That's basically the point that he's making. And what he's expressing there is gratitude. And he's saying, the day that I ever really appear to think I'm better than someone, like, stick a fork in me, I'm done. Now, what he's articulating there is literally, I'm not saying he's doing this consciously. I'm saying what that literally amounts to is the professional mindset. That's basically what he's articulating there, is the professional mindset. I'm not better than anyone. I'm not a movie star. I'm very lucky to do what I do. What matters is the work, and I acted unprofessionally within that work. That's basically what his entire mindset is here. And I got to tell you, the minute I heard this, my opinion of Christian Bale, because Christian Bale's always been one of my favorite actors. I really like him a lot. Loved him as Bruce. He's my favorite Bruce Wayne. He just is. And this stung when he went on this rant. Listen, I hated it. I hated it that I had this high opinion of him as an actor. Then I hear he's a smug asshole like Rachel Zegler. And then I thought, wow, that sucks. It sucks that this, it does suck. I kind of can separate it, but still, you never want to hear that an actor that plays a role you admire, you never want to hear that they're just a scumbag in real life. So I had this very low opinion of him. Then I hear this, and I'm like, wow. It takes a real man. It takes a real professional. It takes a real moral person to publicly and sincerely own their mistake and just be honest about it. And look, and he came across as very grounded. And it totally redeemed him in my eyes.
We were giving you points for the length of the conversation, because I would have run out of energy in about 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Listen, and let me tell you how I had that much energy for that day. Let me try to put this into a little bit of context, because there seem to be so many people who are giving opinions about this, but you know what? None of them were there.
Yeah. Right.
Now, so we're making Terminator. I'm assuming you're familiar with the mythology.
Of course.
Have you seen T2?
Yes.
It is a great movie. And in it, you will meet Sarah Connor.
Mm-hmm.
And she is in an insane asylum. Why is she there? Because she is crazy. Now, I played John Connor, her son. And on the day that all of this happened, the scene that we were doing, I was trying to show a little of that in the blood craziness. And you know what? It went very wrong. And for reasons that myself and Shane, the DP, and every crew member who was in that hangar at Kirtland Air Force Base that day, they know the reasons. I got annoyed, and then what happened, I made it ugly. And that was awful of me. I took it way too far, and I completely mixed up fact and fiction. I'm half John Connor, I'm half Christian there, and we've all heard exactly what that's.
You know, Christian.
So anyway, a hat tip to Christian Bale for being a professional and showing that there is a way out of this for Rachel Zegler. There is a path. And it starts with ownership. And if she doesn't do that, she's going to remain exactly what everyone thinks she is. Every single time, it's not a male or female thing. Any actor that does something like this, immediately the public thinks less of them. Immediately. And the problem with someone like a Zegler is she never apologizes, and frankly, most don't. That's rare. What Christian Bale did there, that's extraordinarily rare. I think that's the only time I've ever seen it. I never, like, you'll hear them, they'll release a statement in some puff piece or something, but for him to just kind of spontaneously call a radio show and just face the people that are making fun of him for a week about this and continue to make fun of him to his face, they're like, oh, well, we're done professionally. That takes a lot of guts, which is something Rachel Zegler knows nothing about. But who knows? Maybe she'll grow as a person from this, and maybe she'll have a moment like that where she's like, you know what? Everyone thinks I've got this attitude, like I'm entitled, and it's like, I just got caught up in things, and it was wrong of me. It was wrong of me to behave this way. I'm really sorry. Like, is that going to happen? No, because I think that's who she really is. I think that's who, she's a spoiled, entitled brat. And, a lot of people say, and I've said it myself, well, she's young. She's like, what, 22? Like, when you're young, you're so dumb and all this sort of thing. On the other hand, I was 22 once, if you can believe it. Hell, I was 18 once. I was 15 once. And while I was wrong about a lot, and while I did a lot of things that were not very good for me, while I made mistakes and while I did really dumb things, at the same time, I think I had a pretty clear basic understanding of right and wrong. Right and wrong. And I would never have behaved the way she did in that context. Like, but it is what it is. We all make mistakes. Just because I wouldn't make that particular mistake. But what I'm saying is being 22 is not too young to know how to not be a complete freaking asshole to people. That's what I'm saying. So I think she gets a little too much slack because of that. She is an adult. She is a woman. She is responsible for her own actions. And she's old enough to know the difference between being a good person and an asshole. So there you go. Here's hoping that, 3 ghosts of Christmas visit her. I think that would be really cool. That would help her a lot, honestly. Skunks is saying, so the path of humility. Yes, the path of humility, Skunks. Learn it, love it, live it. Thanks for hanging out with me, my dear sailors and Starnauts. Always a good time. We went on many adventures. If you have a chance to see Interstellar, please go see it. It's such... I remembered the film in great detail, and yet seeing it again, it still just swept me off my feet. It's just a great film. War of the Rohirrim, Jesus. Wow. I was not prepared for how bad that was going to be. But in any case... we have much to be thankful for. We're going to start the Star Wars rewatch. Join the Discord. That's going to start Machete Order, A New Hope, this Tuesday night. Be there, be square. Well, that is the Captain's Cast for the year of our Lord, 2024, December the 15th. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. And until next time, I will see you out there.